Bonjour, bonne journée. Good morning, everyone. Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Por favor, les invito.
Good morning, everybody. Please take your seats. We have a surprise for you early this morning. I am pretty honored to have Mr. Rolando Wencesla Rivera Olivera from the Honorio Delgado Institute from Arequipa, Peru, who is going to share a song with us, a song in Quechua. Let's welcome him.
Tengan ustedes muy buenos días. En primer lugar, agradecer al convenio Perú-Asia, al Instituto SICAN de Canadá. Estamos aquí contentos.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us. And we are very, very happy to be with you. We understand that the agenda is tight. I am going to sing one song in Quechua for you. This song is very well known in my country, and we learn it when we are very young. And he's singing a song in Spanish, but now he's apologizing. He's going to sing in Quechua.
Yarakay manta kaspa, chiri manta kaspa. Yarakay manta kaspa, chiri manta kaspa. Mama walpa maskan, sarasi warata. Mama walpa maskan, sarasi warata. Mikuna takun, chiri manta pakan. Mikuna takun, chiri manta pakan. Mama walpa maskan, sarasi warata. Mama walpa maskan, sarasi warata. Mikuna takun, chirimanta pakan. Mikuna takun, chirimanta pakan. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful day to start up our day. An icebreaker with culture. Thank you very much, my dear Rolando. I am Sylvain Goudreau, and I'm regional coordinator of our program for the Pacific Alliance. I am honored to be with you today as master ceremony. As you've seen, this is teamwork from CICAM and sharing responsibilities and working behind and backstage and in front of you, sorry. And so we have been with you for 3 days already. Now, to start today, to honor protocol, I want to have Dr. Victor Gomez, who is Assistant Director of the Pacific Alliance in Colombia.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, everybody. I am Victor Manuel Gomez. I am Assistant Coordinator, sorry, not Director, Coordinator for the Pacific Alliance in Colombia. I want to thank the government of Canada. Thank you very much, and colleges and institutes. Thank you for allowing us to have this wonderful Education for Employment program. It is an honor to be in this 5th forum, where we are sharing results of more than 6 years of ongoing work with each country in order to increase socioeconomic opportunities for men and women in the extractive sector in an inclusive way and environmentally friendly way as well. As we've seen, results of the program are very satisfactory. Therefore, we have a number of projects and exchange of good practices, recommendations, policies as well. But above all, empowering that this brings about for many citizens in such a relevant sector as the extractive sector is. Thanks to the methodology, the Pacific Alliance countries have been able to have interinstitutional alliances with our regional peers and our Canadian colleagues. Therefore, contributing to the development and improvement of education and diversifying education options and develop skills and competencies for workers of our countries in this relevant sector. It is also important to talk about governance in the extractive sector across our countries, thanks to the exchange of experiences, good practices, and policies in a transversal and participatory way, enriched by the involvement of the private sector, the academia, and civil society as a whole. I also want to underline two main aspects for us, which is gender equality and environmental sustainability. All countries are working across different areas in order to achieve material and actual equality for women, in order to offer opportunities to develop their potentials, life projects in an autonomous and empowered way. One of the virtues of this program is to contribute to this priority goal and teach us good practices of all countries, all the progress that is being made in this area. Likewise, protection and care of the environment is one of the key goals in order to try to look and find for the necessary balance, protecting the future for the next generations. This is another topic where we've learned a lot, and the program leaves us with a number of recommendations. Without a doubt, the results of the program have to do with the cooperation and to go into strengthening our bonds in order to share best practices developed by our peer countries, and in order to share our own, so that we can develop more competitive sectors according to the needs of our citizens. Therefore, I want to thank the College and Institutes Canada for their nonstop commitment and activity through these years. Thank you very much for what they've taught us. And thank you very much for the possibility of enabling dialogue across our countries in order to develop capacities, tools, and programs together that we are sure are going to contribute to the development and improvement of life conditions of our peoples. And so that all our institutions and our educators will be able to replicate these efforts in order to make our countries a better place to live. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful third day, and success to you all. Well, Victor, thank you very much for your kind words. Now we are honored to welcome another political authority that virtually is going to address us from Chile, José Miguel Ahumada, Undersecretary of Economic Relations and International Relations. We have a video. Well, good morning to the authorities of the Pacific Alliance and Canada, delegates participating in this fifth forum of the Education for Employment Pacific Alliance program. First of all, I want to stress the innovatory nature of this. Thank you very much for the financing from Canada and for the hard work of College and Institutes of Canada. As a result of the alliances of the colleges and institutes, and of course the government, the technical training of Ovalle and those of the Católica del Norte in Antofagasta, we have gained great experience, I'm sure, and I'm sure that they are going to yield results along the implementation. And from the Pacific Alliance, we are working for the improvement of public policies to impact the life of people in areas like education, work development, environment, social inclusion, and of course, voluntary work and many other things. For Chile, it's important to tighten linkages across countries of our continents. Therefore, with equality across the region, we want to have one regional voice so that we can build a society with equality, with a good environment towards the future. And for this purpose, education is key because it nurtures competitiveness, of course, creative thinking, innovation, and among other things. Therefore, this fifth forum, in order to identify the main results of this cooperation program, is undoubtedly good news, and hopefully this will be very useful for each of our countries in order to improve technical education. Lastly, I want to wish you fruitful activities. Thank you for thank you to Canada and of course colleges and institutes Canada. Thank you very much for the hard work. Thank you very much. Dear Undersecretary Ahumada, thank you very much for your kind words. And I want to remind you that we have many participants today, many people who are with us remotely, and they are following the event, all the presentations, all the shared experiences, panels, and everything that we've had for the past 2 days. I greet you and welcome at the distance. Thank you for your participation, for your interest. And so we are ready to begin day 3. After 2 enriching days, we have explored different axes of capitalization, 3 axes actually, and we have explored benefits, improvements, and needs of cooperation in order to improve technical education of an extractive sector that is more sustainable, more efficient, with access to human resources. Today, we will talk about the last axis of capitalization. It's called services to companies and to the community. We are talking about applied research, ongoing education, employability, and labor insertion. We understand that in order to have good quality technical education, it is important to concentrate not only in teaching. It's all important not to focus only on student services, but we've seen that for an institute that has a relationship with its community, that is close to the companies and offers services to such companies, all of these yields fruit. And so it's not only being closer to companies looking for investment, not only asking for equipment, not only asking for help in the development of a training program that is better aligned with the industry, but what can we give in return to these institutes, to heads of companies, of plants, so that they can be more productive? So there are several elements that by means of these incentives and initiatives, an institute creates a mutual beneficial relationship with the industry. Therefore, we will be honored to listen to different panels today that are going to be sharing this type of achievements. But aside from the panels, we will also have a video with 2 examples. Please Please understand that we could have shared many, many initiatives, and we are only able to share two. We will see Centro de Investigación Aplicada, the Center of Applied Research, Training, and Innovation of the UTCAM. In Mexico, we also have from Colombia the Center for the Development of Environmental Resources of the UTSs in Santander. So we have these videos for you. Thank you. Services to company and community. Well, one of the main characteristics of this project is to have these hands-on experience with the construction and implementation of technological development units in order to have these alliances with the productive sector and generate not only knowledge, not only training, but also to have products with which our developments can be competitive outside. This is the Cedera Institute. Well, the triggering factor was Canada. The time we spent there, because we have research groups, but they didn't go beyond, they didn't go out. So from a cultural point of view, this has been a game changer, and students now are seeing actual real experiences. There is an applied and innovation center called Cedera for environmental aspects. Well, we want to have tangible deliverables in order to help the community and contribute to the development of the community and to our own students, and also enrich integrally and professionally the development of our students, of the center and the productive sector. One of the projects is to work with an aqueduct. 1,200 families were benefited, and it's the Center of Research is leader of this process together with faculty members and students. Well, as a development center, we are here because there is a problem with the water. This collaboration, this help is very important for us in order to organize our aqueduct better and ensure good quality water for the people of our region. It is important for us to take part in this project because we can implement knowledge that we've had acquired in the classroom. For me, that's applied education and applied research as well. They feel more useful and more important because they are helping people on site. Well, part of the agreement with the Canadian institutes and colleges, we have acquired equipment for physical chemical property determination. The equipment is for teaching, of course, but also with the external sector to work with companies that have to do with the environment, and that will allow us to have that outreach. Well, without that material, we would start from scratch. Well, we've seen something very interesting with these. We have strengthened institutional capacities for the creation of other centers. And today, we have 5 centers that are specialized across the institution. Well, all professors want to have a research center, and that's wonderful. The project of applied research is very, very important. It started in 2018, and we'll see results on June 20th when we will open the research center, where the Canadian government has invested in equipment to provide the service to the industry, and at the same time, in the careers taught so that students has direct experience with the industry. We are working on the organic structure and the way it's gonna work. Researchers and professors are being trained, in particular on the lab that is gonna be opened, and the research center will allow us to integrate women to research in order to generate science. So 50% of our students of the research center are women that will graduate with what is necessary in order to be hired by a company. We have a blood non-destructive lab, and we have equipment from contributed from the government of Canada. And students will be better trained, and Pemex or other organizations will benefit, and we will have the service closer. The service now has to be sent to Mexico City or Monterrey, but now we will have it more at a local level, and the lab is going to be closer.
L'approche d'éducation technique canadienne est beaucoup en lien avec les besoins du marché du travail, les besoins de la région, les besoins des entreprises.
This is to help meet the needs of the companies of the region, and I think that this is very interesting and has to do with education, with training, with the liaisons with companies, and with the services that we can offer, and of course, applied research. Applied research is something that is being very useful and yielding results. We are planting a seed, and we will see fruits, and of course, we will move forward in this effort.
Aprovecho también para agradecer y
I
felicitar
want to thank and congratulate the team that has prepared these videos, those who have shared their testimonies, and of course the technical team editing and preparing the videos. Thank you, and give them a hand, please.
Ahora me gustaría invitar
Okay,
a
now I would
primer
like to have the
del
first panel
B02, por favor,
of
adelante,
B02.
de frente, tomar asiento.
Please take your
Tenemos
seats.
tres invitados.
We have three
Les invito
guests
mientras que, se
on,
desplazan.
well,
Tenemos a
they
Stefan
join
Labrec,
us. Stefan Labrec,
coordinador de Servicio
coordinator
Internacionales
of
para
international
el
services
CEGEP
for the
de
CEGEP
Niscamé.
VTMI of Niscamé.
Benjamin Ramos.
Benjamin Ramos, or Benjamin Ramos.
Benjamin Ramos.
Benjamin
también se va a
Ramos.
juntar a Stefan. Él viene
He comes
director
or is
del
director
CD
of the
Coquimbo,
CD Coquimbo,
CN.
SEDUC UCN. SEDUC UCN. On screen, you can see it.
Y la tercera persona
And the third
muy
member
interesante, tenemos a una alumna
is a
de la
student
carrera Operación
of
de
the career
Mineras
of
Minera
operation of mining plants
CEDUC UCN
of
de
SEDUC
Coquimbo.
UCN from
Se llama
Coquimbo.
Natalia
She is
Salinas.
Natalia Salinas. Welcome.
Entonces, Stefan, acá para los PPP,
Stefan,
y ustedes tienen 15 minutos.
you have 15 minutes.
Gracias, Sylvain.
Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good
Yo soy
morning.
Stefan Labrec del CEGEP
I'm
de
Stefan Labrec.
Niscamé. Antes de todo, quiero agradecer a
First of all, I want to thank Colleges and Institute Canada for the opportunity of presenting
aquí nuestras
today
experiencias y nuestros
our
resultados
experiences and
del
results
proyecto B02
of
con
the
nuestro
B02
CEDUC
project
Universidad
with
Católica
SEDUC,
del Norte, el proyecto B02. Quiero
with
también
project
decir que
B02.
este proyecto contempló la revisión
And this
del
project
diseño de la
included
carrera de operación
review and redesign of the plant mining plant development career. It is important to stress the active involvement of people from CFT Coquimbo who have worked and being involved in this project. That's why it is important to greet my colleagues and friends from CTT, the rector of CTT, Hugo Quita Acevedo, who is here with us. and also Academic Director Villaraguirre, Nicolas Caradeut, in charge of inclusion and gender equality. Welcome. I'm going to give the floor to Benjamin Ramis, who's going to talk about the context of the project and the relationship with the topic of today, that is services to companies and community. Good morning, everybody. As Silvan said, I'm Benjamin Ramos. I'm director of the Boquimbo SEDUC UCN. Next slide, please. To give you context, SEDUC, those who have presented on previous days has talked about the campuses that we are in different regions, and this is the campus I'm being directing for the past 10 years. And in these 10 years, 6 years have been together with the development of this project. So you will understand how relevant it is for me to be here today, to be wrapping up this initiative. This project, in particular, considers 3 products. One is to review short and long term programs, particularly in the operation of mining plants, and also the acquisition and use of equipment and material. Of course, when we redesign, there are gaps between what we have and what we need, and based on the project. And lastly, services to companies. That is where we will emphasize during the final portion of the presentation. This is to give you context of who we are and the deliverables of the project we have designed. Then we have Stefan, and then I will be back, and Natalia as well. Thank you, Benjamin. As explained before, the first stage was to work on the design of the short and long duration program. These are some pictures of different activities. We were lucky enough before the pandemic to have 3 missions in Chile and technical visits, particularly to the mining companies, analysis of the existing curriculum of the career, because they had the mining operation program, and also everything that had to do with mining competencies, and analyze the framework of qualifications. We're having some issues with his microphone, I guess.
La verde. Gracias. Ok, no hay problemas. Hubo un taller como cuando hacemos el diseño de una
There
carrera.
was a workshop. I don't know if they could change his microphone in Chile, and also colleagues from Cochimbo, and these are some pictures of the workshop and some of the participants of the workshop. Mining industry. We have a lot to do with what we're talking about, Monte Alto, San Jerónimo, Codelco, and people from CFT de Dijon. A visit to Canada, where our colleagues and partners could see how do we work in the mining sector. Different companies, mining companies, were visited because we have a very strong mining sector, and of course, professional training sector centers and applied research center. We have one at the CEGET, and part of what we do in Quebec, and of course, at the CEGET, support to students and to companies, and also for teachers. Then the career was designed. I greet Bourreau, who worked a lot to develop these with the different competencies and 4 technical competencies at the end and 1,600 hours of workshop and school and of course professional practices. And then the pandemic hit, and of course it was very difficult. How are you going to train professors for the new career to operate mining plants? And so we developed 12 modules, asynchronically distance experience with our pedagogy team. And the good thing is that now it's part of the institutional plan of the SEDUC. It is something that is here to stay. So maybe we can say that we have added this activity. Now, Natalia, she's going to share her experience as student of the mining plant operation career. Good morning. I am Natalia, graduated from the mining plant operation career from SEDUC of Coquimbo, Chile. As student, we are the pandemic generation because we were 21, 22. It was very complex, very complicated to study online, but in spite of that, we were able to achieve our goal, that is to learn what we were taught in very complex circumstances. That is COVID. And as days and weeks went by, we obtained good results because we were able to operate our equipment thanks to SICAN and thanks to the Pacific Alliance. Thank you. Thank you to the institution for the opportunity to be here representing my career and my dear students. And I was motivated to learn about new processes of the productive sector in Chile of copper. And also I had a scholarship. And as our partner said, women are of good gold quality, so to speak, because we can do whatever a man can do in the mining sector. Thank you, Natalia. So now, Benjamin.
Bien, dentro del, como decía Natalia,
As Natalia said,
del equipamiento que fuimos adquiriendo en el contexto de este proyecto,
based on the equipment, here we see hydrometallurgy, we see a floating cell, we see a pyrometallurgy furnace, and we see different pieces of equipment of the mining sector. And for this purpose, there was a budget used that has flown in a very dynamic way.
Avancemos a la otra porque con los números nos vamos a aburrir acá. Bien, entonces pasamos a la parte del programa de corta duración.
Now, the short-term program that was also in collaboration with our Canadian partners, Stefan, for instance, and we saw the needs of the productive sector with respect to the operation of ore concentration plants. And therefore, we had to work on meeting the needs of this sector with 280 hours of training in order to render services to the industry. SEDUC and the experience with services to the mining industry dates back. We have been working for a long time with Los Pelambres and other mining companies. We have executed training programs aimed at women, particularly. We have trained truck operators, plant operators, electricians, and in different operative areas in the mining sector. Here we can see some snapshots of what I'm talking about. In particular, what did we do with Mineratec? Well, we we were working on a win-win situation. How could we do that? How could we find the integration of the state in this effort, that is education, state, and companies, the three blades, so to speak. And so we had a subdivision of the description, and we divided in operation techniques and the grinding techniques and flotation equipment techniques. And so we divided these, and we shared that, and also with the contribution of our Canadian partners, because they were with us in those activities remotely. And that brought us together with the company. And there was a subdivision of the different activities. And then we developed a code for this training program so that the industry can support training activities for workers or for people in the community. Mineratec is located at a region in Antacoyo Cobre. And well, they have this source of copper. Here you see the pit. It's an open pit, and to the right you will see different activities of these source of copper. Okay, we moved forward, and we were able to design a program, and then the company approved it. And this was the kickoff of the activity. We have the general manager and the 10 women chosen from the Antagoyina region trained as operators of the ore concentration plant. This is the course. They are working on the extraction of an ore concentration plant for the maintenance of a piece of equipment, and they are also working. And to summarize, they work for 280 hours. And there was an article on it, about it on the newspaper. And so they talk about the training, and these women who are operators, they didn't have previous training in the mining sector. I mean, they started from scratch. Therefore, that was a challenge, and all of them were locals. How can we replicate this activity? Well, we want to make it clear for you, the different delegations. First, identify training needs of the industry, identify the entry elements that are necessary, and for us, that was the curriculum we had designed with Canada, the 1,600 hours, and then verify if the design is satisfactory for the company in terms of requirements. And then we opened the courses. We gave them a code before the Education and Employment Authority, and then we had the selection of participants, and then execution of this 280-hour training. And then the company assesses continuity, and then teachers are assigned, and then incorporation of participants on what we call pre-hiring contract. These are people who are from local communities and they have a 2-month contract. And then the company, after this investment, can what we call franchise the investment, because they can hire these people, and the company has a source of human capital. The state contributes to increase employability, and SEDUC-UCN, we strengthen our linkages with the productive sector, so we all benefit. Other areas where we work in the project, to summarize, Claudette and Claudia have already talked about this topic. We had COVID equipment in order to have online classes taught during that period of time. Well, I deliver this equipment, and then you can see how the top management is involved in these type of projects. We work in a mini lighting project with Israel, in order to provide lighting with solar panels in an area of the community. There you can see before and after, with more than 19 pieces of equipment in 100 linear meters. It was also very interesting to work with our students in this project. Well, hopefully we are honoring the time we had, and I am summarizing 6 years of experience, so hopefully I was able to do that. Again, thank you very much to those of you who have helped us, and hopefully this bi-directional experience has brought about lessons to all the parties and good experiences. Thank you very much and good morning.
Once more, thank you, Benjamin, Stefan, and Natalia. Thank you so much. A hand for them, please. This topic you have just presented regarding training and employment and the relationship, this is very important for labor insertion. Congratulations. Now, the next panel, B03. You are the panelists. We have 4 of you. Please come to the stage. And in the meantime, let me introduce the panelists. Juan Manuel Toro Lara, Inscription Management Director, will be here with us today. And Yamit Martinez, professional of the Mining Center. And with us, Juan Carlos Niños, instructor at the Mining Center, the Sena Mining Center, and also the 4th person, an apprentice of the Mining Process Oversight Program. Please join us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Since the beginning of this forum, I've had the privilege of listening to the very hard work each one of us has done in recent years. And what I wanted to highlight of everything that I have heard, this is my first experience here, but I did want to highlight of everything that I've heard is that we're talking about very concrete things. We've been talking about things that constitute a concrete change in the everyday life of our apprentices and our partners and the institutions we work with and the different communities where we work as well as in the productive sector. I'm Juan Manuel Toro Lara. I'm director of the integrated inscription management of the community College, New Brunswick, and what a pleasure to be here with you. Yes, I am here with you today, and this is my panel. What a privilege introducing the people that are going to be answering questions and that are going to be telling us what they've been doing recently. Yeah, Min Martinez, a professional of Sena Mining Center. A hand for her, please. Second, Juan Carlos Niño, who is instructor at Sena Mining Center. And third, Angelica Aros, who will be arriving momentarily. She is an apprentice of the oversight program. So then, how will it work? I will be asking them questions, and the first thing I want to start out asking here, rather, I want to present the consortium where we work. So we are a consortium comprised of Collège Communautaire New Brunswick and Saint Jean institution. You know this very well. And we are working very closely with the mining center, with the regional mining center. So Juan Carlos, please tell us about the geographic context of the mining center. Good morning. As part of the Centro Minero, the mining center, we have 117 training centers that are located throughout Mexico. One of those centers corresponds to the mining center. It is located in the department of Boyacá. The important and interesting thing about this department is that it has a gamut of minerals, limestone, clays, different metallurgic carbons, and different coke materials and minerals. And we also have companies, small-sized companies, medium-sized mining companies, and also steel companies and metallurgical companies that transform minerals that I have already mentioned. And let me also tell you that the center has a mine, an underground carbon mine, and there we develop all the practical activities that have to do with the training and oversight of mining processes. Well, this program is an inclusion program, and it is supported by a network of integrality, and it is supported also through the 03 project. Well, thank you, Juan Carlos. Could you tell us the main results of the project? Yes. Within the main results of the project, we could mention three. One, updating the training program for the mining process oversight. This includes the use of mining software. We bought it for about 100,000 Canadian dollars. The software is aimed at competences, ventilation, drilling, mineral benefits, and modeling in 3D modeling, that is, and 3D analysis of geological structures. And this gives it quite a potential level right at the training center. The second result is the implementation of a certification process for a carbon lab or a coal lab. And this has to do with the service for companies, giving them results on the immediate analysis of coals. And these are the results that a company needs to sell their product as such. And the third result is utilization of resources, of residues generated as of mineral extraction. Those are the three main results. Thank you so much. We have a short 1-minute video for you. Please play the video, could you? This is the supervision program the oversight program. This is part of the oversight mining process program, the Pacific Alliance, and this has allowed us, as part of their programs, to improve competences, for instance, mining, sustainment and drillings, and instructors and apprentices are now improving and learning new software uses in drilling and also mineral benefits. Many times we think these things are just for men. However, mining shows that with good knowledge and good training, we women can generate different skills that we can use in a very creative manner. So this is the way we do it. I continue with my training. I am becoming an engineer, and this is what I hope to be able to do. Labor ministry.
Yamit,
Javid, could you tell us about the star result of the project? Thank you, Juan Manuel. I greet everyone. Well, one of the results, as Juan Carlos just said, has to do with initiating and reinforcing a certification process for a coal lab. First, updating the program. With that, we created offerings for the companies when we integrated the system with the A03 project. We found the technological service, and that could be strengthened through a guideline we have from SENA. We call it in research the Senova line. We bought some equipment and we started using it for technological services for the businesses and companies. So this was a process of communication, of conversations, identifying something we already had in SENA, something we could strengthen and give it to the companies. Why is it that this star result and the certification you're referring to in the process, why is that a strategic point for the mining center? It is quite a strategic item here because of everything that has been mentioned. We can ensure and guarantee good results. Our small-sized, medium-sized miners can improve their competitiveness and productivity. So this is very important for them so that they can reach new marketplaces and guarantee they're being able to reach bigger companies with a certified product with the support of the advisory and auditing systems. Basically, that's what made us very strong at the Latin American Quality Institute supporting this process. And we went to ONAC, which is the certifying body for labs. And therefore, those results, well, we have in Boyacá a population of 1,900 miners and some 21% medium-sized miners, and the rest are small-sized miners. So this will give them the plus to guarantee quality, to guarantee market share, and the living standard in their communities. Thank you, Juan Carlos. You spoke about the software. Could you comment on this? What did you do with it? Basically, the implementation of one of the softwares for drilling, for instance. Here we gave tools to the apprentice so that they could do open pit work, and with the drills and the amount of explosion could be controlled with the right analysis. So this tool means that in the blasting process, the apprentice has the capacity of analyzing the result of the end product as such. Thank you. Please. What are we seeing here? How can we reach businesses and companies? Well, deliverables, we have to strengthen. We already have, we're not beginning from scratch. We have to have support from the B03 project, for instance. So we had a technological education event. We called upon the business community to show them the route from the gathering of the sample, the preparation of the sample, and the carbon analysis or the coal analysis to show them the expectations of this lab and the expectation to reach this type of certification process. This is the event. This is something we have the sectorial tables. This is something we do with SENA with companies of the sector. And this is something we organize in SENA. This is the research line. And this is the type of work we do with a sectorial table. That's what we call it. So this allows us to continue working in this type of event so the business community and can see firsthand the entire process and thus get results with certification. We listen to what they have to say, accept their recommendations, and you see how this works right in the lab. This is the physical lab where we apply everything we hear from them. Yes, very well. Another video on Sena, please, the video. The mining center is celebrating today. We are here to look into mining. We celebrate the Miners' Day. Our apprentices participate and we develop many practices that are so important in our work, not only for Boyacá, but for all of Colombia. I feel so proud to be part of this process. Today, we are showing skills that we've been able to acquire. We are the Miner Women's. This is a big family and we're sharing everything. Today's Miners' Day. And as a community, we're looking into the future of mining in our country. Very well. Now, to conclude, Angelica, she's an apprentice. Could you share with us your perspective as an apprentice? Which are the concrete results of this project? Very well. This project, as an apprentice, it has allowed me to develop skills that I didn't know I had, but now I do. So I have a more complete professional profile, a more competitive profile at that. And it's also very important for us as women, yes, to go into mining. But not just say I'm a, no, a supervisor in mining. I can also do a blueprint, any type of, I can read the blueprint. I can be leading workers and miners. If I have the idea, I can create something. That's very important. It's quite an enriching experience as a young woman of Latin America. This has given me many opportunities. The truth is that I thought they would be arriving at some point in my life, but not so soon. I thought later on. So through the Sena projects and other projects that I've participated in, they have turned me into a more complete woman, professionally speaking. I think Sena truly promotes our lives, our professions with this type of programs and projects. And they are teaching us how to do things. So we are a product as professionals, we are a product in ourselves. So we have to be make sure that this is a truly I can think of the qualifier, a truly well-prepared product. That's what I mean. Yes, for you to truly be able to go to a company and they tell you, wow, what a wonderful job you do. Congratulations, stay with us and join us. So we are in a time where everything is digitized, human relations, labor relations, the economy, culture. So when you go into Sena, when you start learning all those types of things and when you start developing softwares, you better understand how your environment works. You're expanding your mind, your brain is being expanded to such a level that you can go into any labor field. Any labor field. Imagine how nice that is. This is so positive. You're competitive. You can go into any type of job because you're capable of doing it. You have the necessary skills and capabilities that you've developed in Sena through this type of project. That's what they've been giving you. So you're breaking away from the chain. I'm sorry, we all know that if we train ourselves, if we prepare ourselves, we're going to find a better job, we're going to have better economy and be better members of a society, better people, better society, better nation. This is the way I see it. And as an apprentice, I can tell you that my professional profile is better, more competitive, and as a minor woman, yes, that's also very important. I'm a minor and I'm a woman. So then, in the last 10 years, one of the super significant changes, big changes we've seen in the extractive mining sector have been made by women 20, 30 years ago. Never would, no one would ever imagine that this would happen. The macho, the male chauvinist culture. But this is not the case anymore. Now we women can be minor and a lot better even. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Angelica, Juan Carlos, and Yamid, for your generosity to come here and share your experiences. Thank you, dear colleagues, for listening to us, and see you very, very soon. Thank you.
Juan Manuel, te agradezco a ti también.
Thank you, Juan Manuel.
Perfectamente gestionado,
A
excelente
very
panel.
well managed
Y es
panel.
importante resaltar
Excellent
que esa
panel. How
colaboración,
important it is to highlight that
se
this
respalda
collaboration
por
is
un
being
consorcio
supported
canadiense que trabaja
by the Canadian
conjunto y que hay
consortium working
muchas
together
personas detrás de estos
with so
productos,
many
estos
people behind
resultados.
the products and
Y
results.
quiero compartirle
I
algo
wanted to share
más
with you
personal.
something which is a little bit more
Me
personal.
agrada ver estudiantes.
I like to see students.
Eso nos
This
despierta
is
en
waking
ver
us
hacia
up
dónde
so that
llegó
we can see
el
how
impacto del
far
programa.
the impact of
Y
the
entonces
program
quiero
has gone.
agradecer a
So once
Angélica
more,
y también
Angelica,
a
thank you so
Natalia
much, and
de que
Natalia,
dio
thank you so much
panel y por haber tomado el
for
tiempo de
having
viajar,
taken the
a
time
estar
to
acá con
travel
nosotros. Un
to be
aplauso
here
por
with
las
us.
estudiantes.
A round of applause for the students. Thank you so much.
Ahora me gustaría
Now,
invitar al frente
I want to
consorcio
invite
del proyecto B04.
B04
Nos
Consortium.
van a compartir
They're going to be sharing with
sus,
us
sus experiencias,
their
sus
experiences,
avances en la investigación
progress,
aplicada,
and applied
haciendo una
research
innovación
through
accesible para
innovations
todos.
that are accessible for
Por
all.
favor, estimado
Please,
consorcio, adelante.
dear consortium,
Los paneles.
come to the
Tenemos a Omar
stage.
Languerque,
We have
rector
Omar
de las
Languerque,
unidades
who's the
tecnológicas de
Dean of
Santander.
Technological Units of Santander.
Suben nomás, suben. No se
Just
bien.
come up on the
Tenemos
stage,
a
please.
Richard
Richard
Caicedo,
Caicedo, Academic Director of the Santander Technological Units.
Tenemos a William Manrique,
William
gerente de
Manrique,
proyecto del Niagara
Project
College Canada.
Manager of Niagara College, Canada.
Y contamos con la
And
presencia de Lyndon Ashton, director
Lyndon
de
Ashton,
investigación aplicada
Director
en el
of
Niagara
Applied
College.
Research at
Gracias.
Niagara
Adelante.
College. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very grateful to be here, and hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm very grateful to be here, and I apologize to you all, but I will need to continue my presentation in English. Yo no hablo español, lo siento. The first thing I would like to do is let you know how grateful I am to be here and to have participated in this process. Before I begin, being from Niagara College, I would like to acknowledge that Niagara College is located on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, and it is also covered and protected under the Dish with One Spoon Wantum Agreement. I'd also like to thank all of the different members that were involved from the consortium in what we did. One of the things that was very important for us was to know that we were able to work with our members from Colombia, Mexico, Chile, and Peru, and help them better understand how to establish applied research programs and innovation centers in their colleges and in their institutions. We have a long history in this. Niagara College itself has been involved with applied research for 23 years, and it's actually culminated in us being in the top 10 of the top 50 research colleges in Canada over the last 8 years. So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna focus on the approach that we took, the breakdown of the way that we supported the different institutions that we worked with, and focus on some key aspects, some values, and some approaches, and then hand it over to our colleagues at UTS so that they can celebrate their story and share with you the outcomes of that process. So one of the things that's very important is to understand that applied research, establishing applied research centers, innovation centers, is a very complex process. So one of the things that we did was break it down systematically into 6 different modules. These modules themselves represent approaches that are both strategic, that have tactics, that also have different approaches to how you go about developing conceptual tools and implementing them in your own institutions. But before you begin, one of the most important things is to understand what applied research is and how it fits in an overall framework of delivering institutional services to industry partners while helping to educate the next generation at the same time. From there, it flows into understanding a culture of innovation that is necessary to foster in your institution so that you can motivate individuals, inspire individuals that need to be involved in all different aspects of what you deliver. And that includes not only your faculty, the administrators, but also the individuals who engage with industry on a regular basis, and of course, the students themselves. This then further flows into an understanding of how we can systematically structure applied research programs in our institutions that then work in a manner academically to underpin the different innovation centers that we have. Because there's no point in doing something if we don't have the foundational knowledge, the strengths or the skills to be able to then transfer that to our industry partners themselves. From there, we flow into an understanding of how we develop business, because at the end of the day, the opportunity for us here is to structure an opportunity where we can match education and deliver it to industry so that they can generate wealth, create jobs, and in turn provide springboards for talent to move into the areas of their choice and their growing expertise. Further from that is a recognition of how we need to lead but yet manage these centers in a manner that's going to be effective, that's going to work from a budgetary process, but that's also going to help us move forward and achieve our goals and objectives that are shared among our academic partners, among our industry partners, and also among our funding partners, who are very important to being able to deliver these programs and move them forward. One of the things that was critical to the training was not only focusing on delivering the conceptual tools, laying out the different frameworks and structures and models that we follow, that we've developed over years, but also understanding that our countries are different. There are different factors at play that may allow us to be successful in one place and not necessarily another. So we took great care to ensure that we were focused on universal themes and commonalities that we could bring to our partners and help them understand ways that they could then take these and implement them in their own environments. One of those that's very important is understanding that at Niagara College and in other institutions that are successful with applied research programs, there is something of a trifecta of success. This is an ethos that needs to underpin how we go about operating and how we deliver our programs, but a mindset that is behind how we structure our programs, our innovation centers, and that guides how we deliver the services from them. And that is that there is always an industry partner, always a student, and always a subject matter expert. If we can keep this in mind with our planning, with our implementation, then it ensures that we can be more successful in how we go about delivering our services, building on them, and continuing them into the future. You'll see on the slide here, there are a number of other areas that are, in fact, elements that we must keep in mind in how we go about planning what we do and then delivering on it, so that we can constantly go back and remind ourselves that these are important elements that need to drive how we operate. Providing work-integrated learning opportunities and structuring our centers around these is critical to our success, as well as looking at how we can ensure that we entrench the nature of how we operate directly with industry and ensure that we're being value-driven in what we do, and that we're recognizing that everything we do drives back to this trifecta of success. Another thing to keep in mind, and another aspect that was very important in how we delivered the program, was recognizing that we need to understand a method of looking at how we can ensure we are successful moving forward. How do we know that we're going to be successful, and how can we constantly encourage ourselves to underpin these principles in the work that we deliver? And in many ways, those are found in inspiring new approaches. We've heard this and seen this many times over the different presentations over the last few days, and it's something that's critical to keep in mind and to underpin how we deliver and develop the programs that we do. Learning from our challenges. We didn't get to where we were at Niagara College today overnight, and it took 23 years of learning from our mistakes, improving on how we can deliver on our programs, and always ensuring that they're focused on those three key elements of success, which are ensuring that we're working with industry, that we're working with students, and that we're working with experts in order to ensure that we provide economic, workforce, and talent development in an equal manner in everything that we do. It's also very much about exchanging knowledge, ensuring that how we build our programs are focused on enabling us to help our industry partners build on the new knowledge that we're providing to them, the new technologies or the new understandings that are coming from how we're building capacity in our students, and ensuring that they're being able to move forward, increase their value propositions, as we've heard from all of the students that have been participating, and how we're ensuring that we're integrating these into the industry environment for everybody's mutual benefit. It's also about ensuring that how we go about delivering our programs establishes trust, because we need the trust from our industry partners to allow us in to ensure that we can work cooperatively with them in order to provide innovation services that are going to be of value, and allowing them to know that they can work with us in a manner that is equally as beneficial as simply working with others in the supply chain within the industry or the market itself. And sharing successes. One of the things that's critical in how we deliver on these programs and maintain and build them over time is ensuring that we're celebrating everybody that is involved and ensuring that everyone knows that they have an important role to play. And finally, before I hand it over to my colleagues at UTS, is recognizing that through everything that we do and all of the systems, the structures, and the approaches that we put in place, we need to remember that fostering innovation in our communities is a team sport. It requires so many different actors working in unison towards shared and common goals. And one of the ways that we can ensure that we bring about that success is to establish ourselves right in the center as the hub of innovation, moving it forward, and never forgetting that there are a multiplicity of different actors that need to be involved, that we need to secure buy-in and support from and get them behind the common vision that we have to move things forward. Because ultimately, it is about ensuring that we can support the growth of industry, assist them in generating wealth, which leads to job creation and directly to opportunities for the talent that we're developing to move directly into the fields of their choice of benefit for themselves and the community. And now I will hand it over. These are a few of the organizations that we worked with that we are very proud to support. And I now hand it over to Rector Lenguerque.
Bueno, tengan todos ustedes muy buenos
Well,
días.
good morning to you all.
Un saludo muy especial a
I greet Alan Roy,
presidente,
our Vice President,
saludar a María José,
Marie-José,
directora de las alianzas,
our Director of the
mi
Alliances,
hermana, porque así es el nombre también de mi hermana,
and my sister has that same name, Marilyn Ferreira.
aprovechar la oportunidad para
And I
saludar
also want to greet
a William,
William,
a Lyndon,
Lyndon,
por supuesto, Silván,
Silvan,
también a Rosa,
Rosa,
Shaw College, saludar a Amelie, por aquí está,
Amelie,
en estos momentos,
she was
cada
around,
uno de los-
and
de las
each
personas que han
of the
hecho realidad
people who
este sueño.
have made this
Yo
dream
inicio
come true.
por un tema bastante
I
importante
start
que
with
voy a
something
tratar
that
de
is very important, I
un año
believe,
tiene
and I
cerca
know
de 30
that
a 31 millón
a
de
year
segundos.
has millions of
7
seconds,
años
and they
en 7
told me
minutos.
7 years in 7
Entonces,
minutes.
hacerlo
So
cada año 30, entonces serían 210 millones, dice
I
Tim Powell en
would
su libro
need
El hombre
millions of
anumérico.
seconds,
Entonces trataré de
and
hacerlo
so I will
en
try
en
to
el
do
menor
it
menor
as
tiempo posible.
briefly as
Son
possible.
3 palabras
So
que
there are
trataré de
3
resumir en estos
words
7
that I'll try to
minutos, y
summarize
son
in my 7
inspiración,
minutes, and they are
principios
inspiration,
y valores.
principles, and values.
Inspiración es algo
Inspiration,
que nos llevó desde el principio,
that is
desde
something
hace
that
7 años,
was a
cuando
driving
trabajamos
force for these 7
con
years.
William.
When we
Ofrezco
worked with
disculpas por
William,
mencionarlo mucho, William,
I
pero
apologize. I know that
ha
I'm
sido
mentioning
fundamental
him time and again,
y
that
es
he has
inspiración
been
que hemos tenido
essential
estos
and an
proyectos.
inspiration
Y es
for the
palabra
projects.
inspiración, pues al
And
principio decía que
inspiration,
estábamos
uh,
copiando.
we
Junior
thought that we
Blanco,
were only
Chicontimi,
copying, you know,
Alicia Sagné,
at Chicontimi and
no más.
Sacné.
Tú no copias,
But
tú inspiras.
they told me that I
Eso
was
fue
not copying, I
fundamental
was
porque eso fue lo que
getting
empezamos a
inspiration.
desarrollar
And I
estos
think that was
7 años.
exactly what we did
Y
in these
uno
7
de los
years. And
resultados, porque
one
se
of
citan
the
muchos,
results, because there are
es
many
el
results,
Centro para el Desarrollo de Recursos
is the CEDERA, the
Ambientales.
Center for the
Somos
Development of
una
Environmental
institución
Resources.
de
We are
más
an
de
institution
22.000
of more than
estudiantes,
22,000
el instituto
students,
que más
and
estudiantes tenemos en
we
el
have
mundo,
the
y donde
greatest number of
pudimos
students in the
con esta
region,
gran
and we
alianza que
were
hemos
able
montado. Y en
to
el cual debo agradecer a
work
todos
in
al
this
gobierno
alliance. And I have to thank
al igual
the
que el
Canadian
gobierno del
government
Ministerio de
as well
Educación
as the Ministry of
Nacional,
Education
cabeza hoy,
of
por
our country,
supuesto, que tuvo presencia en este evento, André Felipe Mora.
with Andre
Hemos
Felipe
tenido
Mora, who was in this
todo
event.
como una creación,
And it was
una
like a
innovación
creation, an
para poder
innovation
nosotros
in
trabajar con
order
el
to
sector
work
de
with
las
the
empresas en nuestro estado.
company sector
El
in our
anterior
state.
palestrante hablaba de la triple
The
hélice.
last presentation talked
Hablamos
about
a veces de un
3
divorcio entre la
axes, you know,
academia,
3
el
blades of a
Estado
helix.
y
We talk about the academia,
y el
the
sector
state,
productivo.
and the productive sector.
Nosotros, y yo soy partidario de que no es un
I
divorcio.
think that it's
Divorcio es
not
cuando hubo
uh,
noviazgo,
a
se
divorce,
casaron y
rather,
después se divorciaron. Creo que
it
no nos
is
habíamos dado ni el primer besito y ni
when
nos habíamos
we
besado.
hadn't even
A
met each
nosotros,
other in a
afortunadamente,
way. And for
pudimos
us,
con este primer ejercicio
we
realmente tener ese acercamiento
truly
con el
were
sector
able to
productivo.
have that
Y fue mi
relationship with the
insistencia
productive
de William,
sector from the
y aquí
beginning.
quiero reconocer
And
su
William
insistencia.
insisted on
Yo le
that. I
decía
have
a
to
William,
stress that. I used to tell
muchísimo del
William the
sector
hardest thing
público, los
for
que
the
hemos
public
liderado como
sector
instituciones
and for
públicas,
those of us who are
instituciones
leaders
humanas,
of
mil
public
profesores tenemos de
institutions,
talento
and
humano.
we know that we
Nosotros
have
como
a talent
ambiental somos
in
cerca
a
de
sector
2.000
like the
estudiantes
environmental,
en
we have
este
more than
programa.
2,000
Y donde
students.
lo más
And
difícil era cómo
it is very,
captábamos
very
los
hard.
recursos
How do we
del orden
uh,
privado y
can
público
have
para nuestra
public and
institución.
private
Y creo que
resources
ese
for
es
the
el gran problema
institution.
que
I think
tenemos
that's the
los que
main
trabajamos
problem
en
that we have,
instituciones públicas.
those of us who are
Y
in
allí
public
vino una
institutions.
insistencia,
And there
como
was
decimos, creo que en la gran mayoría de nuestros países
an ongoing
latinoamericanos, el que
stress
persevera
And we know that perseverance can take us to our goals. And via the Directive Council, we were able to issue a resolution for the creation of that development center for environmental resources, and where we can give it all the institutionality with clear policies. And one of the objectives, of course, is to provide advisory services to the sectors of the productive activities for innovation and for the development of different projects, of course, with values. And the day before yesterday, I know that I've been in Mexico for several days. I am very, very happy because I studied my master's in Mexico. I lived here for 3 years. My life was here, and I had wonderful times. I was single at the time. My wife should be here anytime, but well, I they know that I joke a lot, but still, values have been so much. I read a book by Mariana Mazzucat in Colombia that we are in a new government aimed at economy with values different, that values are different from price. Sometimes we believe that values have to do with prices. And Sylvain said that in these type of projects, we wonder how much we're going to get in terms of resources, how much are we going to manage. And the project of Cedera was approximately $100 million dollars from the government and from everybody. And we were able to invest 400,000 in these aspects with some of the labs that you already saw. And as I said at the end of the video, it was the seed planted, and we hope to see fruits soon. And values are essential in order to develop projects. What we created was a process, not so much a center. When William was talking about the CIA, he was talking about, in Spanish, Centros de Investigación Aplicada, applied research centers in English. And of course, research is that, and we have to apply it from our institutions. Our country has approximately 297 higher education institutions, and 64 are public. And from these public institutions, out of these public institutions, we have 30 approximately that are technical and university. Therefore, we have 34 universities, and therefore, we need to have a mission for our institutions that we so badly need, and that the experience that we need, and that is applied research. And we have a portfolio of services, and having it based on trust. Trust is essential. I read the last document of UNESCO, and UNESCO actually talks about a social pact. And I believe that here is where we are aiming. The social pact talks about four main principles. One is cooperation, equity, solidarity, and inclusion. I believe that that is exactly what we are doing in these 3 days in this meeting. And for that, we are strengthening some projects that are visible, of course, with income for the university, projects for our students, for biodegradable packaging. And William was very much involved. The cocoa and the coffee sector, of course, and cocoa as well. And so we have now this sector very much alive and active that has to do with environmental management plans and residues in our country. In Colombia, we don't really have a culture of recollection and separation at the source. Therefore, we need to start working in that sector. And that is where the institution, by means of Cedera, is working with the municipal government in order to develop these projects. And as we saw in the video in Santander, and where we have, of course, a problem with drinking water in sectors and that are vulnerable across society. Likewise, we have a project on the implementation of environmental management, and the core of it is to be able to have the environmental balance that we need in our city. I will share a video summarizing the activities and developments. At the Cedera UTS Center, we are committed with the planet. That's why we work so that the footprint of your company is green and sustainable. We are the support of the academia for Santander and our countrywide industry. We have state-of-the-art technology for soil, air, and water studies, as well as microbiology. We have a group of professionals devoted to sustainable development. We help you grow, improve, and take care of the planet. Welcome to the green generation. Center for the Development of Environmental Resources, Cedera UTS. Contact us.
Me quedan 60 segundos.
I have 60 seconds left.
Disculpe. Es realmente hoy en día el core de esos
The core of those research centers that we shared in the video. We have 5 research centers, one aimed at citizen culture, agro-industrial, Cedera, and another one devoted to innovation for development. And this institution is public, and that is the gateway to invest public and private resources at our institution. I want to say that we invite you to be part of our center. There are several indicators and results obtained at our institution with visits. William, the slogan of Applied Dreams. And we inspired, and we said we can make it possible. We started working. Today, we have a center called Free Books, and students can exchange books, as we saw it in SACNE. So these are very interesting things, and it's going to be very important. Thank you very much for this space. I would love to keep on going, but I know that we are on top of the hour. Thank you very much.
Querido Omar, increíble, ¿eh?
Thank you, wonderful. Congratulations for taking the best out of the experience. Omar, at UTS, you have had this opportunity and has proven time and again with your own investments and supporting sustainability, and also leveraging something that is far stronger. So congratulate the UTS and the Canadian consortium. Now, we have B082 for the next panel. 4D, to talk about innovation at institutes with an example of the so-called Fab Labs. That is the digital fabrication or manufacturing lab, and we'll have Peru. So we have Benoit Lancion, Director of the Department of International Affairs of the Cégep Chayensori
También esta vez del College Humber.
College Humber.
Presento a Juanita
I give you
Pérez,
Juanita
gerente de
Perez,
proyecto.
project manager.
Y a mi querido amigo
And my dear
Braulio
friend, Braulio
jefe de la
Barrizaca,
unidad académica
leader of the
del
academic
Instituto,
unit of
Pedro
Instituto
Pedías en
Pedro
Arequipa,
Pedías
Perú.
at Arequipa.
Muy buenos días a todos. Me llamo
Good morning, everybody. I am Benoit, and I am head of the International Cooperation of Saint Jean.
or San Juan sobre el Richelieu. First thing, I will je vais continuer en français, je m'en allais le dire en anglais. Donc, je vais continuer en français parce que mon espagnol est limité. Donc,
I will speak in French because my Spanish is limited. And to start, I would like to thank those who gave me the opportunity to work on this project that only lasted for 14 months, and we were able to have different activities, and I will share what is it that we did in these 14 months. This is a project that we organized together with the Ministry of Peru, and it is a pilot project of a Fat Lab. And we will we have 3 Canadian colleges, Humber College, that is the leading college, then the Community College of New Brunswick, represented by Juan Manuel, he should be around, and then Cégep Saint Jean sur Richelieu. Juanita. The presentation, please.
Merci, Benoit. Antes de seguir, quiero decir que este proyecto ha sido la suma y el trabajo constante.
This has been done with the Ministry of Education. We are sorry that we could not have everybody here, but we are representing the team, and I want to stress the teamwork. There are 2 main concepts with the Fab Lab. We have physical tools linked to the digital world in order to create actual products beyond the screen. It is a space to bring ideas into reality. The pillars of the Fab Lab are social inclusion, creativity, innovation, collaboration, and use of technology. Since the creation in 2001 at MIT, these labs have multiplied across the world, and our project is to support 26 institutions of higher education, which are public and technological in Peru, that already have Fab Labs or are in the process of preparing the Fab Lab. And IDEX, or Institute of Excellence. According to the ministerial resolution of 2017, and IDEX has been able to implement in a constant fashion the model of excellence. It is characterized by the regional leadership and development of innovation and research. So the initial conditions for the implementation of an excellence model have to do with the relationship with the productive sector and the industry, now pertinent education programs, equipping, and research. The Ministry of Education talked about 4 different cornerstones that lead to excellence, and 26 IDEX as pilot that have approximately 20% of all students of the higher education institutes in Peru. These are the 26 We used to have the logos of them all, but this is the map of Peru, and each province has one IDEX. Those are the 26 provinces, 26 edicts working together. To the south, you can see Arequipa, Pedro Perías. I am very, very happy with the participation of them. From Arequipa, from Braulio, who is a teacher, a professor. Now, let's talk about the training. We conducted training in order to strengthen teaching skills for the competence building with Fab Labs. This training is called Fab Lab, Strategic Teaching Management, or Fab Lab Med, and we have 131 students and one specialist from the regional the Education Director's Office of Provincia La Libertad. Each of the IDEX has 5 people, with at least 2 women in the 5 people team. And the 4 axes developed were number 1, introduction to Fab Lab, number 2, andragogy, then innovation and research, and 4, social and gender inclusion. And we conducted 60 hours of teaching, and 22 of them were synchronic and 22 asynchronic, and the rest were face-to-face in Lima. To make it more practical, we decided to have 60 additional hours to advise each one of the IDEX during the development of a proposal of the innovative project. It is important to say, because in the training we wanted to go beyond assessments, of course, evaluations rather, and attendance that was applicable for the issuance of diplomas to students and professors. And for us, the most important thing was for them to prepare a project with all the characteristics of an innovative Fab Lab, to work as a team and to work in favor of the community. The star result, or the flagship result, and as Amélie said, now we have 25 proposals, 25 integrative projects. That is the result, 1 per each IDEX. Professors gave solutions to problems with innovation, creativity, and teamwork. And in these 25 projects, there were some that were more like playful, others with livestock or with rabbits, with the environment. Actually, they were incredible and encouraging, and we asked each of the institutes to prepare a 2-minute video explaining why the project was important. That is why I would love to see you at the website to check the videos if you want to learn a little bit about the project. And this is where I want to give the floor to Braulio, so that he can share his experience as participant, as professor, and as part of the team who prepared this innovative project. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Upon your request, I've been suggested to teach you words, vocabulary in Quechua. Alilanchu, you say ayillarmi. I say ayillanchu, you say ayillarmi. Ayillarmi, that's all you have to answer. Ayillarmi. So what I'm saying, are you okay? Yes, we're fine. I'm also good. Very well. First of all, to start out,
Gracias.
Thank you.
Añadi. Alinta
Añadi,
Rescuix.
thank you.
Mi reconocimiento a todos.
I recognize all of you. Thank you.
Bueno, en primer lugar,
First of all,
quisiera,
let me,
bueno, como estudiante,
as a student,
Yachaj,
tell
significa
you,
Yachaj, y como acá tengo mi docente, mi profesor,
and well, since my teacher is
bueno,
also
se llama
here,
Olga,
I mean,
y bueno,
I
se llama
greet my
Olga,
teacher,
¿cómo se llama esa profesor? Profesor William. Mi profesor es William Manrique.
William
Está
Enriquez, his
presente acá.
name. He's here with me
Entonces,
today.
creo que es una evidencia
I
que
think this
como
is very important.
estudiante prácticamente estoy
I'm a
en proceso de
student.
preparación
I'm in the
en este
process of
proyecto.
getting the
El proyecto
necessary
se
training
llama
for this
Proyecto
project
Integrador.
called the Integrating
Bueno,
Project.
creo que ya se ha
I
indicado
think
todos los procesos, qué es lo que cuáles son los
we've
temas
already mentioned
que
the
se ha desarrollado,
different
pero es
topics and the
importante cómo van
processes,
los
but
resultados.
we have to talk
Espero
about
aprobar,
results.
profesor.
I hope I can pass your
Bueno,
course,
en primer lugar,
teacher.
creo que
Now, first of all,
el proyecto
the
el proyecto
project
integrador hay que verlo en tres
in this
aspectos. En
integrating
primer lugar,
process
el
has to
primer
be
aspecto
seen through
es la
three
solución y el
different
problema,
lenses. First, the
que es
problem
donde se nos ha
to
recomendado
solve.
cuál
We've
es
been
el problema y
recommended
qué
to
solución le va a
first
sacar a
find the
ese problema.
problem and the solution we're going to find for
Bien
the
es cierto,
problem.
hay varios institutos que están
There are
acá con esa
various
característica,
institutes that are with us working on the same
y en el
characteristics.
caso del Instituto
And in
Pedro
the
Pedías,
case of the Pedro
nuestro problema que
Pedias
hemos visto, por
Institute,
ejemplo,
the problem we
el
have
robo de
found
domicilios
and
o centros comerciales.
theft,
En ese sentido, bueno, ¿cómo le
robberies,
vamos a dar solución
home
a ese problema?
theft, and also in
La
malls.
solución que nosotros
How
hemos
are we going to
planteado,
be solving this problem?
primeramente, sistema de alarma.
First, the alarm
Bien es
systems.
cierto, hay
It's true.
otros sistemas más completos,
We have other
pero ya
more
hay un sistema de
complete
alarma
systems, but the
automatizado, por
alarm, the
supuesto.
automated system, of
De
course,
acuerdo a los planes de estudios
according
que tenemos
to
nosotros en el instituto,
curricular programs at the
algunos programas de
Institute,
estudios
some of them
ya están muy más o menos alineados
are
para que
more or
puedan
less aligned
adecuarse, digamos,
so
aprender o
that
aplicar,
they
digamos, lo que es la
may
tecnología
be
FabLab.
using the
Pero
Fab Lab
el programa de
technology.
estudios que tiene
But
más
the
iniciativa y
curriculum
su plan de estudios que se adecua es el programa de electrónica
we
industrial.
use is the Industrial
Trabajo en ese
Electronics
programa
program. I'm
de
working
estudio.
in that program.
¿En qué sentido es más adecuado su plan de estudios?
Why is it
Bueno,
more
directamente
appropriate?
como curso, como unidad
Directly
didáctica, no podemos
as
aplicarlo, pero sí
a
podemos aplicarlo
community? We
como
cannot apply
experiencias
it.
formativas, situaciones reales de trabajo o como especie de prácticas, ¿no?
And
Entonces, en ese sentido,
this is the type
ya
of
en
practice
electrónica
we
industrial
have.
ya nosotros estamos
So
iniciando.
we're just
Entonces,
beginning
este
to
proyecto
do
tiene
this.
dos puntos de
So
vista.
this
Una parte
project has two
que es la parte,
viewpoints.
digamos, aprender a manejar los
First,
equipos, operar los
learning
equipos, que
how
es otro
to
tipo de capacitación,
work
y
with the
otro tipo de
equipment
capacitación en la parte de metodología, cómo tengo
and
que
the
proyectar el
methodology.
proyecto, cómo tengo que
How
elaborar
do we
o cómo
have
tengo
to
que
prepare the
planificar el proyecto
project? How do
integrador.
we have to plan the
Entonces, son dos
integrating
aspectos. Entonces,
project? Two different
en esta
parts to
capacitación lo que estoy
this.
aprendiendo justamente es la
That's what
parte
I'm learning in the
metodológica, cómo
training
tengo que
session, the
planificar. Entonces,
methodology,
ahí viene
the
justamente la
planning
primera pregunta,
methodology. That's the
es
first question,
ubicar el problema y seguidamente dar
finding
la
the
solución.
problem and the solution.
En segundo lugar, tenemos
Second,
esta propuesta es relevante,
this
esa es la
is a
pregunta,
relevant thing.
o en todo caso el impacto
Is it
que puede
relevant?
tener
This is
en la
another
sociedad.
question.
Entonces, el impacto en este
So
caso, por
the
ejemplo,
impact,
podríamos ver que
we could
las
see it.
personas van a vivir con más
For instance, the
tranquilidad,
people are going
más
to
seguras.
have an easier life. They're going to
Otro
be
impacto, por
feel
ejemplo, es
more
vamos a
secure and
utilizar
safer
la
as well.
pedagogía, o
And
mejor dicho, me
we
estoy
use
equivocando, la metodología,
the
como es
methodology
la andragogía.
under
Bueno, bien
OHIA.
es cierto lo que he podido aprender
And
en
this
esta
is what I've been
experiencia,
able to learn.
que cuando estudié en la universidad se me enseñó la
When I
pedagogía,
went to
¿verdad? Pero
school,
he
they
entendido
gave
ahora
me
que la pedagogía es para niños
pedagogic
y
elements.
para adultos la
That's for
andragogía.
children. But
Entonces,
for
en ese
adults,
sentido,
we
ya
call
aclaro,
it
lógicamente los
androgy.
estudiantes de institutos de educación superior son estudiantes mayores de 18
And this has to do with
hasta
older
35 años,
students,
quizás mayores
18
todavía, ¿no? Porque
through
tenemos
35
turno
years
noche,
of
entonces
age.
la mayoría trabajan
So,
y van a capacitarse por la noche. Entonces,
and
para
people
ellos la
get their
metodología
training at
andragogía,
night.
muy interesante.
This is very
Entonces, eso para
interesting.
mí ha sido una gran experiencia en este proceso de aprendizaje. Y otro punto de vista también,
Another
otro
important
componente
view
es
on
la
this
parte de investigación.
has to do with
En la
research.
investigación hablamos de investigación
There,
aplicada
we're
y en
talking
la
about
parte de
applied
innovación tecnológica, muy
research and
interesante.
technological
Entonces, ¿cuál es el proceso? ¿Cuál es la metodología?
research. So what
Otro
methodology
asunto
are we
también que
using
hemos
for
visto a
this?
través de
Another
esta
important thing
capacitación es, por ejemplo,
has to do with
en las incubadoras de negocio o
incubators.
startup, por ejemplo.
I'm talking about
De
business
tal manera,
incubators.
esto me puede orientar a
So
lo que es
this can tell
emprendimiento.
me,
O sea, el estudiante no solamente se va a
so the
preparar
student
para ir
will
a
not
trabajar a una
just
empresa,
be
sino
ready to
que
work
pueda
in a
generar su
company,
propia empresa,
but he
¿no?
will be
Entonces, creo
able
que
to
eso fuera
generate
otro impacto que
his own
podríamos
company.
resaltar.
This is something very
Otra,
important as
otro
well.
impacto también, estamos
Another
hablando de la
impact,
parte
we're
de
talking
inclusión social
about social
o igualdad de
inclusion
género. Entonces, de tal
and
manera,
gender equity.
creo que en la mañana hemos visto, por
This
ejemplo,
morning we heard
ya este tema.
something
Y
about this.
realmente deben participar ambos
We should have the
como hombres y mujeres,
participation
¿no?
of men and women, of
En el
course.
programa de estudios electrónica industrial, o más o
And the
menos, o
industrial
30 o 20%
electronic
son
program,
mujeres
30, 20,
y el resto
20 or 30%
70%
women, and
más
the
o menos
rest 70,
varones.
75% men.
Entonces, un poco que se adecua,
So
entonces quizás esto puede ir
perhaps
mejorando también.
if
Entonces,
we have more women
bueno, ese es un
participate, I'm
aspecto
sure
muy
this is going to
importante
be
que quizás
improving. This
va a
is
ir
very
cambiando con
important
el
for
tiempo, a
us.
largo alcance, me
It will
parece.
perhaps change with time.
Bueno, eso con respecto al impacto.
And this
Bueno,
has to
cómo,
do with
la
the
otra
impact of
pregunta
it all.
es
And then
cómo
the other question
concretizar
is how to
este proyecto
materialize
integrador.
this integrating
O en todo
project.
caso, ¿cómo lo voy a implementar?
How are
¿No?
we
Así lo
going to
puedo
be
entender.
implementing it?
Entonces, en primer lugar, tengo que hacer un
First
diseño.
of all, the design.
Punto de vista electrónica industrial, el diseño,
The
primeramente
point
tengo
of
que
view
aprender
of
algo técnico
industrial
como CAD.
electronic, you have to
En electrónica tenemos varios
learn
tipos,
CAD, the
digamos,
drawing, the sketching
CAD.
part.
AutoCAD, por ejemplo, es más conocido.
AutoCAD is very well
Y
known.
también tenemos
And we
SolidWorks.
also have
Entonces,
SolidWorks.
estos programas
So
nos
those
permiten
programs
diseñar, digamos, de repente
allow
algunas
us to
figuras,
design
¿no? Digamos, algunas
shapes,
piezas
figures,
que podemos
pieces
nosotros fabricar para el sistema de
we
alarma o
can
de repente
make
para
for
otro
the alarm
tipo también,
system.
¿no? Entonces, aparte de eso también,
So
en el diseño también tenemos
in the
la parte de
design,
programación.
we also
Los
have
circuitos tienen que ser
programming.
programados.
The circuits
Todo,
have to
pudimos
be
escuchar la señorita
programmed.
expuso al comienzo.
We heard about it this morning.
Todo está digitalizado.
Everything
Es
is
muy interesante. He
digitalized.
tomado nota
Someone
esas
said this
palabras.
morning.
Todo está
It is
digitalizado.
right.
Entonces,
It
creo
is
que es
true.
propicio
Everything is
esta
digitalized.
tecnología hablar de
So this
todo está
is
digitalizado.
important for us to talk
¿No?
about
Entonces,
digital
eso creo que es
technology.
una gran experiencia.
That's a great
Entonces,
experience.
todo acá en la parte de diseño
Everything here in the design part is digital.
después tenemos la parte de
We also
construcción,
have the
o sea, tengo que
construction part.
preparar el
We have to
prototipo,
prepare the
entonces
prototype.
tengo que hacer,
So
digamos,
we
el
have
circuito
to
impreso,
do
y acá
the
ya viene
printed
la
circuit,
utilización de los equipos,
and then we
como es, por
use
ejemplo, la impresora
equipment,
3D,
3D
viene la
printer,
cortadora láser,
and
viene
laser
el CNC, que es para hacer la
systems,
plaquita circuito
and
impreso,
C for the
y
printed
bueno, otros
circuit,
instrumentos más, pero esos tres equipos son
and
los más
other.
importantes
Those
para
three
poder,
pieces of
digamos,
equipment are
construir
the important
el
ones.
circuito. Previamente tengo que hacer unas
And
pruebas en circuito
before
protobar,
that, we
etcétera, pero
have
eso
to
es un
do the
proceso ya,
testing process.
digamos, netamente técnico. Y también tenemos,
And we also have
a ver, disculpe, tenemos también la parte realizar pruebas de calidad.
to do quality
Lógicamente, sistemas
tests.
de alarma de distintos tipos.
Of
Hay
course,
empresas
these are the
también
alarm
que tienen
systems,
ya
and
sistemas
there
de
are
alarma.
some
Nosotros
that
vamos
already have the
a un
alarm
centro comercial
system.
y nos
We
podemos
go to a
comprar
mall
este
and
sistema de
we
alarma. Pero
can
lo
buy
interesante
this
es
alarm
que los
system. But
estudiantes
the
hagan,
interesting
empiecen a hacer,
thing is for students to
tengan que
start
aprender.
doing this.
Yo
That's the
como
only way
estudiante de
they can
informática, yo
learn.
me recuerdo,
As
me
an
dijeron, por ejemplo,
electronic
hágase un
student,
amplificador
I said,
y con ese,
someone
hacer
telling
ese
me, do an
amplificador,
amplifier.
yo
Doing
aprendí
the
mucho.
amplifier, I learned
Aprendí
so
mucho, no
many
había la
things doing the
digitalización.
amplifier.
Acá tengo un
No
colega que está
digital
también
systems
en
were
electrónica,
available
puede
then. We have a colleague
atestiguar
who
esto, ¿no?
is in
En mi época cuando
electronics and
estudié
he
no existían
knows
programas de
this. I mean,
simulación, no
we
había.
didn't have any simulation
Pero ahora
programs when I
todo
was
es
going to
digital,
school,
¿no?
but
Entonces,
now everything
por
is
lo tanto,
digital.
creo que
Therefore,
esta
I
parte,
think
digamos, prueba de calidad, creo
this
que
quality
hay más
testing is very
facilidades, ¿no?
important.
Para hacer la comprobación. También tenemos
And we have
la parte de capacitación.
the training part.
Y justo acá viene también la aplicación de andragogía, pero a capacitación.
This is what I'm talking about. When I say training, I'm saying that this is not only for students, but for society at large. That's the study we did. We said there was home theft. So we have to call everyone in society. This is the study we did. But we see how theft is increasing, robberies and theft. The malls, for instance, at the mall, with so many people going into the mall, so there's a lot of theft going on. Very dangerous situation. We have to train people for them to understand what the alarm system is all about. I think I still have a few minutes. Do I? Finally, to conclude, we have participation of all actors, students. How can I make students participate? At the academic level, I shouldn't just think about industrial electronics projects, but how can I do projects in civil engineering, for instance? How can I have an integrating project with production mechanics? Everything is related, as we well know, using AutoCAD so that they can do their blueprints and use the laser equipment and the 3D printer. I think the production mechanics, this implies a different cost. This implies a bigger project with bigger equipment. It's not just a matter of cutting printed circuits. It has to do with other types of processes. To conclude, I think this network we have will be uniting all of us. This is IDEX, and it has to do with education quality. Thank you so much. Añade.
Estimado Braulio.
Yes, dear Braulio. Dear Braulio. Thank you so much. I truly feel I'm so fortunate to see you here. Very well. To conclude, we have a web page on the project. 26 provinces are participating, so the web page is a very good way to communicate with teachers and students who were sending us photographs, videos, and we are putting them 2-3 times in the web page. I invite you to look at it, but especially the videos. Each one of those 25 videos are here. Let me show you one. The web page is in English and Spanish. Sorry, it's not in Quechua or French, but I do hope you can understand it. Higher Education Institute, the Tupac Amaru Institute in Cusco. This is the integrating project. This is the construction of electric aerogenerator for housing, lighting found in remote places. This was the issue at hand. This is the community right at the Sangate mountain with prairies and 12 lagoons. At the periphery of the community, there are various retirement homes that are not connected to the electric energy grid. So some of the people have bought electric generators that use fuel. However, this is not too friendly with the environment. This is our solution. Aero generator with vertical access to give and supply electric energy for those households. We believe the project is aligned with 3 sustainable development goals. This has to do with the industry of innovation and infrastructure, and this is also environmentally protective and friendly. And we have the participation of the teachers of the institute, and the students are highly participatory, and we are taking into account gender equality at all levels.
Bueno, este fue
This was
uno de los 25
one of the
proyectos
25
innovadores
innovative
por
projects
el
that
IDEX
were
Tupac Amaru, que
proposed
queda en Cusco.
by the Tupac
Queríamos traerles
Amaru
uno de los que están ahí
Institute
en la
in
página web.
Cusco.
Este fue el
I
seleccionado,
wanted
pero
to show
realmente
you one
hay
of the
unos
videos in the
increíbles
webpage,
y muy
but there are
diversos.
also more
Y por último,
incredible
para finalizar, quiero
videos.
decirles cuáles son
To
los pasos a
conclude, let
seguir.
me tell you
Tenemos que
next steps.
realizar
Which are the next
el
steps?
último módulo del
The
entrenamiento, que es el
last
presencial,
training
será realizado
module,
2
which is
días
in
en Lima,
presence,
de los
2
cuales
days
tendremos
in
a
Lima.
un representante
We're
de
going
cada
to
uno de
have a
los IDEX,
representative
quienes
of each one
presentarán
of
sus
the
proyectos.
edX
Ahí
that will be
también
presenting
vamos a
their
entregar
projects.
una
There
caja de
we're going to
herramientas,
be
que
giving
es una
them a
guía de implementación y
toolbox,
un uso de
which
los
is
Fab
the
Labs.
implementation guide.
Es un manual
And
funcional
this
de buenas
is
prácticas
a
para la
manual
elaboración
with
de
good
proyectos
practices for
innovadores.
the
Lo estamos
preparation of
haciendo
innovative
según
products.
las
And we are
lecciones
doing this
aprendidas
according to
como
lessons
facilitadores.
learned as
Y por último,
facilitators. Finally,
empezamos a realizar el plan
we've
operativo de
started
sostenibilidad y gestión
working
del
on the
cambio
operational
con
plan
5
for
de los
change
26
management
IDEX,
with one
y
of the
también
26
en Lima
edx. And
llevaremos a
in
cabo un
Lima,
taller
we are
para
going to be
elaborar en
holding
todos los
a
IDEX
workshop
propuestos.
to finish
Muchísimas
designing all
gracias
the
a cada uno de
proposed edx.
ustedes.
Thank you so much.
Merci.
Thank you.
Estimada Juanita, Benoit,
Yes, dear
Braulio, muchísimas
Juanita,
gracias y felicitaciones.
panelists, thank you. Thank you so much, and congratulations for everything you've done.
Quiero aprovechar el
I
momento
wanted to take
también para,
advantage
agradecer y
of this
saludar
moment
el
to
equipo
thank
del
and
Ministerio de Educación
greet
de Perú,
the
por
team
supuesto, ha
of the
colaborado
Education
con
Ministry
este
in Peru
proyecto,
collaborating
por
with this
tema
project.
de lo que está viviendo el Perú en
And
estos
this is
últimos días y
exactly
semanas. No han podido
something
viajar,
which is very
por
important,
lo
and
tanto,
because of the
me han
present circumstances
pedido
in Peru, they
que
were not
les
able to
saludo a
travel to
ustedes en
Mexico
nombre de
City.
ellos.
They're
Están
asking me to
conectados a
greet you
través de
on their
internet
behalf.
y siguiendo
They are
el foro.
connected through internet, and they are
Quiero
following this
también
forum from
aprovechar cómo
Peru.
se ha compartido
Let me also
muchos
tell you
productos,
how many
muchas
products are being
imágenes,
shared,
videos, que todo
images,
eso va a ser
videos.
compartido con
All
ustedes.
this is going to be
Ustedes
shared
se han
with you.
registrado, por
You've
supuesto, y con su
registered,
correo
of
electrónico podemos
course.
compartir
With your email, we can
los,
share
las
all those
presentaciones
materials and
PPT, podemos
presentations,
compartir videos.
PowerPoints,
Entonces, no se
videos.
preocupan, tendrán acceso
So not
a
to
todo lo que
worry,
ha
you
sido
will have
compartido.
access.
Muy buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo van? ¿Bien? Ay, 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 no entendí nada. A ver, ¿cómo van? ¡Woohoo! Muy bien, perfecto. Entonces, por la siguiente ola de actividad,
Yes, the next activity we have, but before that, I want to invite the four following people to come to the head table: Lady Moreno Cifuentes, Igor Denick, Francisca Orellana, and Carlos Unica. Could you come to the stage, come up front? And in the meantime, I will introduce the topic in today's agenda for this afternoon, I mean. So, Lady Moreno, Igor Derek, Francisca Orellana, and Carlos Zuniga. Please come to the stage. Take your seats. Now, this is the opportunity, and let's see if you can hear me well. You are very passionate people. This is something we have seen. We have seen you. You're still here to start with. You're still here. And you've been participating, sharing your questions, experiences on the four axes of capitalization, where we've been able to gather and group good practices, accomplishments, and all work done for 7 years. Since you're so passionate, you have been able to pick one of the 4 groups where you can sit down to go into greater detail with the experts to look at long-term sustainability. When we talk about international cooperation, we always are of the hope that with the efforts and, the sweating we've all done, we hope this can be sustained long term. This has been very interesting conversations and exchanges, and you've each had someone taking notes and a volunteer, someone offering, being able to do a summary. We still have one that's lacking. Someone is missing here. Let me see. Let me start out with the first person. And in the meantime, the 4th person may come over right here. And then the first axis and group A was explored. We explored, yes, the matching between supply and demand of companies in terms of human resources, the adequacy between those 2 elements. We have someone from the Colombian ministry, 4 minutes to summarize it. You're laughing because I said 5. Now I'm going down to 4 minutes. Shared effort for us to move really fast on this. And we are going to have a report of the event to get more details. But the thing is to share right now. What happened in this group? Well, you were in the other groups. What do you think? Go? 2, 3, let's go. You can stay sitting down, no problem. Just sit, that's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Very well. 071, we looked at the productive education sector to articulate training in the mining sector. We were part of that group. All 4 countries of the Pacific Alliance were part of the group, and we looked at all good practices. We summarized, we discussed them, and we had a lot of knowledge transfer from Canada. Let me tell you about the joint work we've done with the Canadian advisory support. We reached important conclusions to guarantee sustainability of the project. I think we've made important progress, but we do have challenges for the future. We hope they are short and medium term challenges. The main objective and the main strategy is for our actors, the education sector, the government, to articulate their work. And our major challenge, and this is something we've been able to measure in the subgroup, is for us to be able to talk about an autonomous body in our countries, since we have the same characteristics about the need of having an articulating body, a sectorial body articulating all the other institutions. Which institutions are those? Government, the labor, education ministries, education institutions that may continue our work in time. That's the main concern we have. And we are issuing a call so that our political actors may participate and know about those needs, and for this to allow us to have sustainability in time. Another challenge we have has to do with articulating the work done by mining companies for programs to be relevant according to requirements. We have 2 items here. We have needs in terms of occupations, competences, and needs of the mining sector. but sometimes that goes faster than what the academy can do for the training part of all this. We need incentives at the company level so that we have well-articulated participation, efficient participation. That's very important. Efficient to close gaps we have between training needs and what the labor world is demanding in our sector. We think there might be incentives and standards that may allow companies to generate research incentives in the institutions with the participation of research always. I think that would be very good, something that has to do with studying and working. And for the practices we have to do, especially the mining programs, we think this allows for learning and to have a mechanism for labor insertion. Another important item is to have some spaces, seminars, meeting spaces for countries like Canada who have such an important leadership with so many lessons for us, for them to be able to have this space with the participation of government education actors to work and to be able to convey knowledge. I think that could be a more efficient way of doing things. Once more, I highlight, how long do I have? I still have some time. Once more, I want to highlight the fact that I think what has worked in other missions we have. I want to highlight we should do investigative programs within the institutions themselves so that later this becomes a practice in the labor world, and for us to generate articulation, the opportunity of the programs that should be so opportune. That's mainly what we discussed.
Bravo. Gracias.
Bravo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, Group B, Axis 1. Igor, you have the floor. His International Affairs of Chile Valora and coordinator of the certification experts and labor competence for the Pacific Alliance. You have the floor. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First, the discussion we had in my subgroup, it first recognized progress being made in all these years of work. You've been able to see the document where, in effect, there's a regional framework proposal with the different descriptors, and I recommend you to look at that publication because we've done the first effort to see which were the similarities or the match we had between the different catalogs of all 4 countries. There's a QR code at the end of the publication where you can see this exercise has already been done. This is a methodological exercise, and this has to do with the first thing the subgroup mentioned, development of national frameworks. So we had to differentiate which are the risks, the emphasis on the work we should do for this to be having the continuity we all want. So the emphasis of each country, that has to be taken into account, and we had to look at efforts for the regional frameworks to continue moving forward. From that perspective, through the national frameworks, each country understands the challenges, more or less, to continue advancing. Now, in terms of the regional framework specifically, we identified a very specific risk that has to do with the technical teams and the viability of those technical teams in each country. So we didn't just identify the risk, we also proposed alternatives. One of them is using mechanisms of the Pacific Alliance for continuity in our work. We know that through presidential mandates, we created the experts network on qualification frameworks, and we have this as a permanent mandate. It's true that this is very positive. It has to do with recognition by the Pacific Alliance saying that this should be a permanent effort. And there was another risk, making work coming later invisible. So we suggest the network of experts through the technical education group for it to also propose presidential mandates year after year. There's a roadmap for the implementation of the framework, so we have clarity to be able to present it at the pro tempore presidency. And this has to do with challenges every year. That way, we can have the new authorities in each one of the government changes in the country. They can see this as a superior good, something which is over the specific mandate. This is a regional mandate within the alliance. Now, another important element is that we saw a risk. We realized this was technological, methodological work, which is excellent, and this is in the publication we were given yesterday. We have to use the framework. People have to see that, in effect, this may give us possibilities to have the labor transitions for people and use that framework as a reference to do the transition and improve employability situations of people. So we suggest that using the regional framework of qualifications as a reference, so we can start using within the national frameworks for this to be a reference in the regional ones, the routes, I mean, going into training, labor training, and the labor competences so that we can start producing those training trajectories for us to start looking at the national experience to see the repercussions and the regional frameworks so that they're relevant if that is what we should be doing. Now, lastly, we saw that through this important effort and the accomplishments we've had in this component, we should start in a more formal, robust manner, institutional work at the institutional and regional level so that we can start configuring a qualification system. We know, those of us that are working, and this is maybe too technical, but the regional framework or the national frameworks are one thing, and the qualification system is a different thing. For that, we not only require efforts of the technical education group and the experts network on qualifications, we need the confluence of the technical labor group, the technical groups on people mobility, so that understanding that is a challenge. And I'm sure this is something we can do in the unfortunate unfortunate absence of Canadian cooperation. Very well. Let us now go on to gender equity. Francisca Orellana, Deputy Secretary of Economic Relations of Chile. Good afternoon, everyone. In the gender equity group, we had a very enriching discussion with different views. However, there's a consensus that this is a relevant issue with so many things to do with different visions, but the will of all the actors participating, men and women, the public-private sector, and education institutions, to approach those challenges on this issue. First of all, an important element was incorporation of gender perspective in a transversal manner. And as we saw in the presentations these days, there are various programs with gender access, and they're using those frequently. This is a good point of departure, and we have to continue in those lines. We discussed other important elements, for instance, to make it more sustainable in time and for it to be replicated in other institutions. We mentioned important elements. First, importance of incorporating women in all decision-making process at all levels. It's not just a matter of knowing they're present and that we have a parity system, but we have to involve them in the making of decisions, the work they do in the different institutions, and how resources are used as well. And leaderships that are already there, women, they already have decision-making positions. Another element for sustainability has to do with recovery community learnings. This is very important, and linking institutions with communities. Communities should be part of those processes, and they should also be participating. Another important topic has to do with gender violence and the institutions we work, how to prevent it, how to penalize or sanction that. And then, well, women are, of course, convinced that there should be protocols against that violence. And we know that women, regardless of whether we're working or studying, we have to have a role of caregivers. This is unpaid work. Therefore, many times we are the ones that have to carry this burden. We are the ones that have the workload, especially difficult for women who study and work, and women who take care of children. Something else mentioned has to do with protecting the environment, because this also has an environmental element to it. And here we're talking about caregiving and of course, the impact of climate change, especially on women. And we think we should be doing follow-up so that we can continue implementing programs with time, as well as to look into the results. And also the turnover, the rotation is very important. We know that people are changing from one program to the other, and for it to be sustainable in time, for us to have results, we should also take care of the rotational element. Another important thing has to do with incorporating. Yes, sorry, I am going too fast. Incorporating gender equity in curricular programs, not only transversally, but having certain elements and considering that we're training men and women as professionals. Therefore, training should not just be for men, women, but we should be using that for everyone. And we also said it's not enough to incorporate gender perspective in curriculum, but also in teaching practices, because everyone in the group, well, they said it's not enough to have a document, the person in charge of implementing it. If we continue having male chauvinist practices, well, this doesn't go with this type of curriculum. They go hand in hand. And the importance of reinforcing the alliance with the private sector and civil society. We cited the example of Chile, and we spoke about creating partnerships with the private sector. And this has to do with what is happening. I remember colleagues of the Chilean ministry said that many times women graduate in a technical professional career, but then given stereotypes, they could not find a job. They could not go into the labor world permanently. So this partnership allows us to talk about the situation in the labor world. Generally, the group said this is quite a complex problem, because gender inequality is a problem of society. It's a structural problem that comes from the moment we're born and grow up. So it's important to look at it in early training with children, how, house chores are distributed, and also at the education level. For instance, there's a gap in the labor world between professional careers and administrative positions. And there's a gap as well in education distribution. People said there are some indicators in their countries where access is being compared, access for men and women. But when we see careers for men and women, there is a gap, and there are some male or female careers. So this tells us it is a complex problem. However, there's the will, and this was quite discussed in the group to continue moving forward to solve the situation. Yes, thank you, thank you.
Now the next subgroup on leadership and change. This is another challenge in this effort for improvement. And so I have Carlos Zúñiga from UTECA from Campeche, Mexico. Good afternoon and thank you. We are working towards the future of what we have to do at research centers, and we have to reinforce or start again activities between the government and also the productive sector and universities and their stakeholders and transversality. And each one of them is to be involved in shaping the future. And in terms of universities, to eradicate old paradigms that still rule and to keep up with basic research projects and then move to applied research, interinstitutional modifications, and also curricula, and also internships, and to have a managerial view inside the universities in order to have research centers. Now, with respect to governance, we are working in the application, we should be working in the application of policies so that universities should be at the core of it. And then companies, we should raise trust from the companies to universities so that they can see us as an ally to solve challenges or problems in the productive sector, particularly and in the initial stage to talk about SMEs and micro companies. All this work will be a long way, and we have the first stage already, and we still have a long way to go. We have this inertia, and that is what we have to do inside each university, trying to find changes and leadership management inside the institutions to generate revenue and to modify economies in the regions where we are. And perhaps when the time comes to talk about not only modification of economies of the environment, but so that our graduates and our students are actually job generators, and to proceed with the chain in order to work together. And in that item, we asked the subgroup on what is it that we can do or have to do in order to keep up working towards change aimed at applied research or research centers. We set forth 5. What generate research hubs in order to have information of all the allies, and we have sister universities, and we are working, and that might be also an option to have a reservoir of information, stratifications, and sectorization of all the different areas of interest in order to have exchanges and close that value circle, to work and keep on working with in fairs and sectorial desks at a national or regional level in order to have an exchange of best practices and transfer technology that is going to be of great support. Also work in practical communities and with tight alliances with these 3 stakeholders. And lastly, one option is the creation of a multinational research center network to have an impact on society. Thank you, Carlos. And Lady Francisco, Igor, thank you, all of you. And well, they did a great job. Thank you. Now we have the next group to talk about the summary of the next axis, Carolina Muñoz, and Sebastián Espinosa Arias, Carlos Vargas. Please join us. In the meantime, I want to welcome our authority, Mrs. Nora Rubalcaba Galvez, Undersecretary of Middle High Education of Mexico. Welcome. She will address the audience, Madam Undersecretary. So the second axis, we are missing one person. SICAM, can you please help us?
El subgrupo B.
The subgroup B, access to. Another challenge, another elements of relevance to improve education. Here we talked about transitions in the COVID context. Hans Esteban Ramos Duran, member of the Integration of the Director's Office for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Thank you. The question of the discussion was learnings from COVID. Before anything else, it's important to answer a question on such a crisis. We had an opportunity to have beneficiary institutes as part of the conversation, but also members from environmental areas and women affairs and also foreign affairs and governmental institutions in order to talk about the pandemic and how did it affect the program. First of all, the program had many contributions to deal with the pandemic by Institute Honore Delgado, and they were talking about curricula adaptation, generation of a learning community by linking the institution with Canadian institutions, generation of material by faculty members, and also teachers prepared videos that were there to be used by the institution. And another thing that is very important is that this program for metallurgy and maintenance of heavy machinery, but since the institution was proactive, there were other programs, and therefore this has a multiplying effect. We're talking about training from Canada that it can have long-term perspectives. And most of the discussion was in the prospective arena. And what is it that we will be able to do to consolidate this cooperation? Number one, I think that we talked about the digital gap that was there. We talked about, and first identify it case by case, identify the needs and how to link these needs in order to foster employability of students. And in order to do that, the public and private articulation is important, and it should also be a lesson learned for the future in order to foster education that gives rise to employment opportunities. We also talked about a culture of digitalization of education that is not something only vis-a-vis COVID-19, but something that is to contribute to the improvement of education. Now, the second reflection has to do with training, not as something that was done within a certain lifespan, but something that is to be moving there ongoing, because there is a gap with younger students that are more digital native, and the trainings should be more ongoing and in order to develop competencies for the generation of learning. Also, the development of ecosystem in technical technological education, and that is how is it that Honorio Delgado Institute linked to the Pedro Pedillas Institute in Arequipa, and they were able to exchange experiences, and it has a multiplying effect. Aside from the cooperation with Canada, they could cooperate at a regional level and how it can permeate further. And that goes hand in hand with linkages, of course, between institutions that in different countries, and to use these linkages between the institute and the Canadian institutes, and their like prepare this network. If they think about PA, then with this integration mechanism, more networks can help, can be grown and strengthened. And with the willingness of institutions, there can be a network in order to link with other stakeholders. And also mental health. How did we deal with mental health, gender violence, inclusion, as one of the consequences of COVID, and how to reinforce this with accompanying strategies, not for students only, but also for faculty members that can be there to stay for the institute and others as a lesson learned. So that is what we have. Thank you very much. Now, Carolina Muñoz, Undersecretary of Higher Education from Chile, to talk about fostering of technical education and sponsoring of it. I have 4 minutes. Okay. First, I want to talk about the subgroup where we had a dynamic of work different because we presented the 4 campaigns. Try to summarize the discussion and contributions. On the one hand, the purpose of this technical assistance was to increase the value or revalue technical professional education. Therefore, campaigns respond to the question, and from there to talk about conclusions, lessons learned, and recommendations. In the conclusions, I should say that one of the main things that led the work of the 4 countries was how do we go from improving the perception of technical professional training from something that is centralized in promoting a specific curriculum or sector to raise awareness on the value of educational of technical education. And of course, this gives rise to articulation of key stakeholders in order to have a communication strategy for the training, involving, at least in the ministries of education, different community units, not only communication and campaigns, but also technical units that formulate and execute educational policies in technical professional environments, and also education institutions that are, on the one hand, who receive these policies and also prepare those policies. And one of the conclusions of this initial message is to define development of institutional capacities as one pillar for the development of a promotion strategy. And that does not happen just for the sake of developing a campaign in terms of the different pieces, but rather to build strategies, articulate actors, to build teams and actions towards the future, not only isolated actions. And therefore, that process should involve focuses like gender equality, but also inclusion, social inclusion, education justice, and rights, where the right to education is acknowledged as part of technical professional education. In terms of lessons learned, we want to stress some of the general reflections in other that are similar to other subgroups. On the one hand, to acknowledge and to see the power of the generation of collaboration networks across institutions. Perhaps that is one of the most important values, and one that is very much worth being cherished out of this process, and the other one to cherish education between peers and institutions. One institution or one Ministry of Education learning from another Ministry of Education, and that is one of the areas of learning that is far more valuable and that we acknowledge. And then, based on that exchange, to share experiences, even with institutions that were with us from CCAN, understanding that sharing experiences is actually generating shared education. And I want to mention that the role of CCAM, in which I took place, was very respectful of the autonomy of teams and governments of the corresponding countries. Another thing that I want to mention is um, acknowledgement of best practices, and that was one of the main aspects that we were able to develop at the end of these efforts. And from there, to share best practices, and that also means sharing how do we cope with challenges and problems, because we all had challenges and difficulties, and changes of administration, turnover on teams, and changes of political coalitions where the vision of education changed radically. Then that is also a space to innovate and to communicate. I'm wrapping up. And lastly, lessons learned, that is the relevance of articulation of stakeholders at an institutional and state levels that allow us to foster integrated actions incorporating professional technical education, not only in terms of access, but also in terms of personal development and professional development, contributing to the society and to the economy of the corresponding country, and then have multidisciplinary teams in communication efforts and address different groups, not only parents, but also students. In Chile, for instance, foster autonomy in the decision making for higher education decisions or technical education decisions. And also in suggestions, we included the use of different means, not only social media. Some groups use them more than others. Some other have difficulty with access to internet and have to use other means of disseminating the idea, and emphasizing sustainability of the campaign. That is to assess, to follow up, to project actions, etc. Thank you.
Wow, Carolina, gracias.
Thank you, Carolina. The next subgroup is C, of virtual education. And Sebastián is going to share a summary from the Ministry of Education of Chile. Thank you, Sylvain. I will have my timer on. I want to thank the wonderful discussion and the analysis that we had at group level. I think that the pandemic gave rise to different ways of living, and each one of us has different experiences, and students do too. They have a new way to learn right now. So this subgroup tried to identify how is it that online education had improved or affected learning processes in students and education communities. It is important to mention that distance education, of course, poses great challenges and allows to connect different realities, reach different territories, and involve students in different areas. But of course, that it also poses challenges. And one of that has to do with the sustainability of the project and understand the national and cultural environment where learning takes place. We understand that learning is different across countries, and therefore it is important that whenever we apply these projects, we take into account national focus and cultural aspects in order to achieve learning in a better way. Likewise, it is important to understand and set learning and teaching experiences with virtuality at the core. And this brings about a change of paradigm because we were very much used to face-to-face education, but now it's important to incorporate new technologies with new platforms and with new motivating experiences. One of the suggestions that we talked about included video capsules, inverted classroom, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, and other aspects that we are now learning about, and how is it that teachers and communities and authorities can move towards new areas of development. A challenge has to do with the development of practical skills. We are used on having these face-to-face experiences because that's the way we did that. But there are certain activities that are harder at distance education. So it is very important, and it's a challenge to identify how to, we were saying, enchant the students and how to generate strategies in order to generate value, generate challenges for students. And the challenge has also to do with the evaluation of learning. Undoubtedly, being able to evaluate learning with the different components. When we see the different competencies, we see knowledge, we see skills and so forth. And so breaking these down and evaluate each one of them, and that is actually a challenge, and also invites us to generate innovative strategies in order to be able to overcome these challenges. Another relevant challenge has to do with connectivity. Carolina mentioned it. Connectivity today is difficult. There are territories and geographical areas where internet is not available. So what can you do about it? How is it that governments and institutions can generate cooperation? And there are some topics that are opportunities and has to do with PP cooperation and these common grounds in order to try to reach those distant locations and room for collaboration and put resources to help students to have access to education with better connectivity. Another challenge has to do with the generation of methodology by means of a synchronic and asynchronic view, that is to develop theoretical learning, but it is also relevant to open spaces that allow for a practical skills development. There are studies that show us that the practical skills add value to the work arena, and so it is important, and it's also a challenge to develop those skills. And I have 20 seconds, and that is how do we prepare and train professors with the use of ICTs and, of course, with the new technologies. How is it that we cope with the challenge? How is it that we cooperate and accompany professors? We know that it has been hard for them, and therefore we have to be right next to them and giving them a hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Excellent reports. Now, a subgroup D, inclusive access and student retention. Javiera Ortiz, Education Ministry of Chile. Please, you have the floor. Thank you so much. I will try to speak slowly, but no more than the 4 minutes I've been given. Yes. My colleague who presented conclusions was not here, so let me very quickly say how I've taken his role, and I will try to do this the best way possible, inclusion and retention. That's what I'm talking about. We said this is related to the person's quality of life, because this has to do with access to education, and with that, people may improve their labor, social opportunity, their buying power, and also through cultural education tools. And this is a gateway for society to generate a civic participation for people to be true citizens in their own territories. On the other hand, it's also possible to develop specific programs for people with different capacities or people with disabilities, so people are more empathetic, because through education we can show that people with different capabilities or skills can study, can work, and people can also incorporate in the labor world and society just as a person without disabilities. And on the other hand, we agreed that all institutes should be sharing their good practices of inclusive education, and also take into account equipment and the right situation, especially, and the infrastructure in case we're going to have students with disabilities. And we have to be with them from the beginning, the registration, and then the participation in the institution for us to have inclusive education with the people who are responsible. They have to be assigned for this accompaniment process. We have to really select personnel for those purposes. We have to change paradigms in terms of the concept of inclusion. It is not only in terms of people with disabilities, it is also something that has to do with cultural, social, family, territorial context of those people. Inclusion has to consider that all people live in very particular contexts. The gender context and the age is also another context. Sometimes we don't think of that when we talk about inclusion, but we have to expand our way of looking at it. It's also necessary to generate this new inclusion for us to have network support networks with incentives to reduce one of the major problems we found in technical education, which is the high dropout rate of students going into school for the first time. So it's very important to recognize different knowledge, cultural, family situations. This means that we have to have specific support and mental health, for instance, especially to strengthen self-esteem of people going into these institutions, as well as the resilience. Many times in some communities with less access to education, because people come from rural environments, work is highly valued more than just going to school. Working is more valued. So we have to work with the company sometimes, especially when we have younger students. We generated an agreement as well, saying how necessary is to have multicultural education communities with the largest number of stakeholders and actors, and this has an impact on the perception of students and what it is to be getting an education. And it's also necessary to promote dual models, especially for low-income families who have no economic resources, so that this doesn't mean losing income for those families. Some countries have some dual models of some type. However, this we're mentioning here are different. Therefore, it's necessary for us to strengthen those countries who already have those dual models, and for us to create the necessary instances in countries where they do not have those models. On the other hand, it's also necessary to generate agreements, but also a more global policy with companies, so that there's more relationship between the productive sphere, the labor experience, and specialized machinery handling and education, so as not to be waiting to reach the labor world to get those technical skills. It's also necessary for us to link the the middle level with the higher level, so that we can have access to those education opportunities. Some countries have more articulation and continuity mechanisms. However, it's important to make progress and strengthen and incentivize, so that our population will be acquiring not only a certification or a diploma, but also skills. And we also need fiscal incentives for labor insertion, especially of younger people. Therefore, we need to have a systemic gaze at the labor insertion of younger people, people who are just finishing their schooling. How am I doing with time? I'm okay. Am I okay with time? It's over. Oh, well, to close, let me just say how important it is to incorporate the opinion of the students to see what works, what doesn't, so as to have a diagnosis and assessment. The voice of those receiving those programs is very necessary. And it's also necessary to have the mapping of the context of everything that technical professional education involves. So cultures, social issues, the territory, the family, the companies, the community, private, public sectors, and also within the institutions, students and teachers, because we have to generate those changes of paradigm for them, and also looking at the institutional reality. Thank you. Javiera. Yes, you did a wonderful job. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, the other person is now on his way to the airport. Javiera, Sebastián, Carolina, and Jans. Thank you so much for your reports. Let's go on to Axis 3. Let me invite Miriam, Carolina, Wilber to come here to the stage. Yes, let's put this table up here on the stage. In the meantime, please get up, stand up. Yes, let's stretch a little. Let's touch the sky a little bit, everyone. Up, up, up. Side, side, side. Behind, behind, behind your arms. So up, up, up. Close to the sky. Oh, goodness. Very well. Thank you. Perfect.
Ok. Ahora, el subgrupo A del eje número 3.
Subgroup A,
Tema del desarrollo curricular.
curricular development. Miriam Alonso, from Canada, please do a summary. Go ahead, Miriam. You know, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Yes, closer, please. Yes. I'm going to be the fastest speaker and the very brief, the shortest one, less than 4 minutes. A lot of the things that have already been said have already been mentioned here. So this will be super fast. The first thing, there was an interesting exchange. Different from what has already been said, let me say we spoke about where are we headed to, where are we going before start mobilizing and changing the curriculum, where are we going with creative solutions for each context, as since all alternatives are not good for everyone or for everything. So those changes are going to be slow, and we are going to have to understand that. And the second element is that this has to be done using the support of what's already being done well and the competences and strengths we have in each one of those contexts. So on the other hand, let me do a very quick summary because a lot of those things have already mentioned. We are seeing contextual changes. We're generating knowledge and capabilities and skills. We're developing simple skills for life. We have to train integral people to respond. People themselves already have that in their characteristics. That's something that we have to take into account in curricular development. This means changes in pedagogy and also in the sectors and also for students themselves and teachers. This means that this is major changes for everyone. So the future, in the future, since the pandemic, we now see hybrid education, hybrid training in presence and virtual. So we have to look for strategies that have to go through many challenges. The digital gap, connectivity, teaching, learning strategies, also participation with teachers, management issues. We have to create the right situation for places for youth wherever they live, so that this is not only done virtually, creating processes to foster integral development. This is something we mentioned a few minutes ago in terms of competences and skills, and also developing practical skills. As I said, always using the strengths we have in each one of our organizations, countries, and institutions. It was that fast enough? I've been very fast, very concrete, and I didn't repeat anything. Thank you. Yes,
muy bien, muy
Miriam.
bien.
Great, great. Yes, yes, yes.
Ahora, el grupo
So now,
B exploró cómo
uh,
hacer
uh,
sostenible y sin
this
duda
group that explored possible
mejoran la
initiatives
vida
to
estudiantil
enhance and
en los
improve
servicios
student life
escolares.
and school
Le invito a
services
Carolina
as well.
González
Carolina
Arriagada del
González
Ministerio de Educación de
Arregada,
Chile. Por favor.
Education Ministry of Chile. You have the floor.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
escucha?
Can you hear me?
¿No?
Let's see. Is this better? Yes, thank you.
También voy a tratar de hablar lento
Let
y no pasarme del
me
tiempo.
try to speak very
Comentarles que, al
slowly
igual que
and
Miriam, hay
not
muchas
take
cosas
more
que
than 4
también se
minutes.
repiten, así
As
que
Miriam
también voy a
said, there
tratar
are
de ser
many
más
things that
concisa.
people have
Eh,
already said, so
También
it
con la
will be
pregunta
very
que nos hizo
concise.
Silván
The
ayer
question
respecto de cómo avanzamos
we
y hacemos
discussed
sostenibles los servicios
yesterday, how do
técnicos
we
para las
advance
instituciones de
in
educación superior
those student services for
técnico-profesional.
higher education,
Ellas
technical,
están insertas
professional
en
higher
territorio.
education?
Muchas veces estos
Well,
territorios
those
son
courses are
complejos.
set in
Por
territories that
ello,
are quite
se
complex.
vuelve a
That's why
reiterar la necesidad
we
de ser
reiterate the need
entes
of
articuladores,
having articulating
poder en el fondo
entities
trabajar
so
con
that we
los
can
distintos
work with the
ministerios que
different
pueden estar vinculados
ministries
con
that
el
might be
trabajo de cada una de
linked
estas
to the
instituciones
work
y
of each one of
fortalecer
those
también el
institutions to
vínculo
also
entre lo
strengthen
público y lo
the
privado.
link between
Además,
public
uno
and
de los que
private
surgió
systems.
ayer en nuestra
One of
mesa
the
es
items
tratar de
mentioned
potenciar
yesterday
también las
was to
herramientas y los
boost
programas ya existentes
tools and
para hacer los
existing
vinculantes
programs
con los
so
distintos
that
servicios
they are
estudiantiles que pueden
linked to
contar
the
cada
different
una de
student
nuestras
services for
instituciones.
each one of our
Respecto
institutions.
quizás de los
In
desafíos que
terms of
tenemos por delante,
challenges
lo que
we
nos dimos
have,
cuenta fue que estos
we
servicios estudiantiles y
realized
los
those
proyectos que
student
desarrollamos
services
en
and the
conjunto con
projects we've
SICAN
developed
es que habían
together
sido
with
desarrollados por
CCAN
distintos
is
colegios,
that
a
they had
diferencia de,
been
por ejemplo, el
developed by
proyecto
different
TELA,
colleges,
que
unlike
en el
other
ámbito de la
projects
comunicación,
within
que estaba
communications, for
liderado
instance,
solamente
that were
por
led
un grupo de colegios.
mainly
En el
by
caso del
one group,
B09
but
vimos que
in the
habían distintas
V09, we
iniciativas en otros
realized there
países
were
y
different
sería muy importante
initiatives in other
poder
countries.
compartir
It
estas
would be very
experiencias,
important for
conocer
us
los
to share
alcances y los
experiences, to
resultados y
know
las buenas
scope and
prácticas de los
results and good
distintos países que
practices
son
of the
miembros de
different
alianzas.
countries that are
Ahí
members
vemos
of
que
the
hay un
alliance.
potencial
There
importante
we
para seguir
see
colaborando
there's
entre
a
los
lot of
distintos
potential to
países.
continue collaborating.
Respecto de
Now,
otros
on
avances que
other
quisiéramos
progress being
desarrollar a
made,
partir de lo que ya
something that
realizamos
we
es
still have
avanzar
to
en la
further develop.
profundización y
This
expansión
has to do with
de estos
deeper
proyectos en el caso de Chile,
awareness of
poder
the projects
expandirlo a
in
todas las
Chile
mesas
to
concertatorias
expand
en el caso
them at the state level.
otros
In the
países, poder
case of other
desarrollarlo
countries as
también en
well,
otras
to be able to
regiones
develop that in other
en las que no se
regions
ha podido
where
desarrollar
we have not been
estas
able to develop
iniciativas
those
y poder
initiatives,
en el fondo
and
ir compartiendo también
to
siempre estas
share
buenas prácticas
those good
entre los
practices
distintos
always
miembros.
among the different
Los
members.
servicios estudiantiles tributan directamente a las
Student
trayectorias educativas
services
de nuestros jóvenes
have to
y
do with the
contribuyen
trajectory
también
of
a
our
los
youth.
procesos de calidad de las instituciones de
They
educación
contribute to
superior.
quality
Por eso,
processes in higher
nosotros vemos
education.
como uno de
That's
los
why
ejes muy importantes
one
que
of the
podamos
important
profundizar
taxes
en los indicadores de
has to do with
seguimiento de estos servicios
indicators
para que
for the
justamente
follow-up of those
podamos
services
medir
so
en
that we
términos
may
reales los
measure
temas de
in
retención, de
real
empleo, de
terms
satisfacción
retention,
de los
employment,
estudiantes, que son
satisfaction
temas que
of
también
students.
ya habían sido abordados por otros representantes de los voceros de estas mesas de
This is
discusión.
something that had already been mentioned.
Contarles también que
And
un proyecto que
another
podría
important
ser una
project
nueva iniciativa de
could be a new
continuidad es
initiative of
que pudiéramos generar un
continuity
nuevo proyecto donde se levante una
is to
línea base de
generate
estos
a new
proyectos, un
project with a
diagnóstico que nos
baseline, a
permita visualizar
diagnosis
los avances y los puntos
to look
críticos
at
pendientes
progress made
respecto de los
and
servicios
critical items
estudiantiles
that are
y
pending on student
fundamentalmente
services,
seguir
and to
acompañando a nuestros
continue
estudiantes a partir
accompanying our
de,
students
como ya
as of
mencionó en la presentación de Javiera,
as Javiera said, supporting students through their diversities, contexts, differences. And within higher education, well, this is quite relevant, opportune, and inclusive. That's all I could say. Thank you.
Gracias, Carolina.
Thank you, Carolina. Now,
Ubicando mis papeles. El subgrupo
we
C,
have
que hablaba de
subgroup
pedagogía
C,
inclusiva.
inclusive
Desafortunadamente, nuestro relator tuvo que irse
pedagogy.
también al
Our
aeropuerto.
rapporteur
Entonces,
left,
los que han participado en ese subgrupo,
so
reconocemos el buen trabajo y
we
la rica conversación que
recognize
han tenido, pero vamos a
the rich
saltar
conversation you've
al
had.
grupo siguiente.
Let us go on
Lo
to the next
siguiente
group,
es el subgrupo D, que tiene que ver en el
D,
tema de favorecer el éxito escolar.
favoring school
El señor
success.
Wilber
Wilber
Gómez, director de gestión
Gomez,
pedagógica de la
Pedagogic
Gerencia Regional de
Management
Arequipa,
Director
Perú.
of
Adelante,
Arequipa.
amigo.
You have the floor.
Gracias. Gracias.
Thank you.
¿Se escucha? Hola. ¿Se escucha?
Can you hear me?
Gracias.
Yes, we can. Thank
Buenas
you.
tardes a todas y todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Es importante
It's very important
reflexionar acerca de qué son los
to
servicios
say, what are those services about? What are they?
y estar en el
And-
trabajo del servicio.
And
al
when we
servicio.
talk about service, it has to be at the service
Y
of someone,
cuando se
right?
habla de favorecer, la idea
When we
de
say
hacer
favoring,
posible el
it means
éxito
making
escolar,
possible
que obviamente habla de
school
desarrollo
services. They
personal,
have to do
social,
with personal
ciudadano.
social development,
¿Qué
citizen
acciones
development.
en el equipo
There are
o en el subgrupo
actions
se han
that we
priorizado, se han
discussed
planteado?
in our subgroup.
Primero,
First,
talleres formativos
training
asociados al
workshops
sector
related to the strategic sector,
tecnológico, habilidades blandas, porque en realidad el
soft
fortalecimiento
skills,
de la persona en su integridad
technological skills,
es muy
because this is
importante.
very important for the student, very important
Además, se
for
está
the formation of the
fortaleciendo el
individual,
trabajo
and we're
vocacional.
also strengthening vocational work
¿Qué
here.
otro servicio es importante para hacer posible
What
el
other
éxito?
services are important for
Planes
success?
estratégicos. Estos servicios tienen que
Strategic
estar
plans.
planificados,
This has to be planned,
orientados obviamente a la parte
aimed at
infraestructural,
the
equipamiento,
infrastructure, equipment parts of all
las
this,
Fab Lab que
and
habíamos
the Fab Lab
compartido
that we
a través del
mentioned
Instituto
through
Pedro P. Díaz, Arequipa,
the Pedro
que
Pedías
incluye metas para hacer posible el éxito
Institute
escolar.
in Arequipa. So that's very important for school success.
También una oferta formativa
And
diferenciada y orientada a los
differentiated
talentos, ¿no?
offering
A las capacidades de
aimed
los
at
estudiantes y de los
discovering the
maestros.
talent of the students and
Una
of the
oportunidad
teachers.
para
And this is a great
crear
opportunity
nuevos programas
to develop
formativos
and
que
create
abordan
new
las
training
necesidades
programs
en el
according
territorio,
to needs right at the territory level,
orientadas obviamente
aimed
a esto, al sector productivo,
at the
a la oferta
productive
formativa
sector,
relacionada a las necesidades
training,
territoriales
offerings,
estratégicas.
territorial needs. But I'm talking about strategic
Es
needs.
importante que los servicios
It's
tengan
important for
transversalmente
services
el
to
trabajo de
have
la
this cross-cutting aspect,
sensibilización
to
e
sensitize
institucionalización de la igualdad
and to
de
institutionalize
género
people on
e
gender
inclusión.
equality and
Y
inclusion.
para esto se desarrollan
For that,
capacidades
we develop
diferentes, no
different
solamente
capacities and
en los
skills,
maestros, sino también
not only in
en
teachers,
todo el
but
equipo
also
de
in the
trabajo
entire
de las
team
organizaciones.
working in the
Y en el ámbito
organization.
laboral
At
es
the
importante el
labor
acompañamiento al bienestar del
level,
estudiante para la
accompanying student
empleabilidad.
for their well-being, for
Y
employability.
esto obviamente
And this,
está
of
orientado
course,
a la
is
actualización
aimed
permanente.
at permanent updating systems.
Es una constante también lo que hemos
This is a
resaltado en el
constant
foro,
thing.
el trabajo
In this
de
forum, we
construcción del
constantly
conocimiento,
spoke about
planes comunicacionales
knowledge,
como
communication
herramientas de gestión
plans
para el apoyo estudiantil.
as ways to
¿Y
support
qué
students.
retos se plantean
What
en
challenges
cuanto a
did
las
we
ofertas
discuss in
o perdón,
terms
a los
of the
servicios
service
para hacer posible el éxito
to
escolar?
make possible
Primero, que
school
cada
success?
organización es una
First,
realidad
each organization is a
particular
different reality, a very
y
particular
es
reality.
importante
It's
la
therefore
presencia de los
important to have the
actores
presence of the
de cada
actors
institución, de
of
cada
each
organización.
institution and
Es importante
organization.
también el mapeo de
It's also
actores, de
important to map
organizaciones
out
que estén
actors,
articuladas
organizations,
y una
articulated,
participación importante de la
and
comunidad.
also to have
La
a
creación de
community
comités de apoyo
participation Support committees are also very important to develop skills in the education community and the involvement of all the different actors. And here we have two different recommendations we've identified in our subgroup. First, reinforcing areas of opportunity. This is an organization, it's not only services aimed at student well-being. Not only that, the entire organization should be participating. We have to see exactly which areas, where is it that we have the possibility of growing or boosting growth and development in the organization itself. As communication mechanisms, it's also very important to sensitize and implement those programs and results. They have to be constant. We have to communicate from the beginning the sensitization process, and fundamentally, this has to be done also in terms of results. We should have evidence of this data and the repositories and the liaisons as mechanisms for accountability, and also in terms of the results, as well as guidance, orientation, participation of the parents of those students. We know that a lot of the parents incentivize or promote a vocational role of their children and students, our students. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Wilber. Miriam. Carolina, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now, next and last axis, 4. Let me invite to the table Alejandra Navarrete, Carolina Gutierrez, Carlos Elías Vázquez,
También a Juanita Pérez Rubio.
Juanita Pérez Rubio, please come to the head table. Come to the stage, please. Thank you.
Muy bien. Otra vez reitero
Once more, how grateful we are to all of you who have contributed as rapporteurs, helping us really look into the most important items discussed in your very fruitful group discussions. Let's start with subgroup 4A on labor insertion, because the goal and the dream of getting youth and adults engaged until we have labor insertion. Alejandra Navarrete of the Mexican Women's Institute. Thank you so much. I also want to thank everyone participating in this group, all my colleagues. Thank you. You've made great contributions. Let me start out by saying that the dialogue had to do with employability, identifying skills, capabilities for the establishment of competences, so that at the same time we can develop ad hoc profiles. Having those profiles at the technical level that match training processes of the different education institutions, and we have to continue with professionalization processes through the education institutions and the work they do with governments and the business community. We spoke about instruments and good practices through various experiences, and we said that there are general and very particular items, and let me start out with the general ones. It is necessary for education institutions and the government to continue generating links of collaboration with companies with the purpose of ensuring working spaces for students that are about to graduate. And so that on one hand, based on professional practices, they can have access to employment units, or that they can have access to labor offering, a strategic offering, but without limiting to that. opening careers according to specific needs of the states based on existing very effective labor offerings. Which are the needs, which are the sectors, so that we can guide those profiles and offerings. We shouldn't forget that if we need collaboration of strategic partnerships of governments, communities, labor insertion has to be a macroeconomic policy. This was fundamental, strategic. We shouldn't just make one of the parts be responsible for that. Everyone should be participating. Each party should be responsible in terms of going from labor insertion to labor inclusion. This is a lot more. It has to do with human rights, gender equality, and many more things. This is intersectional way of looking at things. It's extremely important to optimize dissemination and access to labor offerings through the use of technologies. It's very important to do this for the student community, for us to have access to digital platforms with the employment agencies, so people know how to design their own life curriculum and how to do a job interview. Those are all tools for labor insertion. And we should continue promoting spaces of analysis, reflection, and work with all the involved parts, like this space right here, where we have the convergence of actors that are making decisions on needs, labor supply and demand, looking at the territory and the position and life condition of the population. That is, those with more opportunities to access a job and those who are less favored for that. This will allow us to guide actions for inclusion, labor inclusion. And specifically, in terms of gender equality and labor insertion, we favor creating partnerships through collaboration agreements to access jobs in the extractivist sector. And this is for specific populations, prioritary populations, to close the gap, talking about women, youth, the people with disabilities, LGBTQI plus sectors, among others. In the digital platforms of the education, government institutions with a job employment agency, mentorships as well. It would be important to generate specific programs for these prioritary groups. And this includes generating affirmative actions, establishing quotas for the hiring of women and members of those populations that I've just mentioned, as well as offering special labor positions for those sectors of the population. It's indispensable to have co-responsibility strategies right in the community, companies, education institutions, the government, to promote access of women for education and jobs and avoid their dropping out of those education institutions, and for the caregiving work and domestic work to be paid, and to generate benefits in terms of co-responsibility for caregiving for non-binary and for men to be participating in caregiving activities. Affirmative action is also necessary through comprehensive policies, allowing us to go from labor insertion to labor inclusion with a perspective on human rights. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alejandra. Now, the next subgroup, the productive sector. Carolina Gutierrez, Sustainability Director of the Colombian Mining Association, Colombia. Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Our group, thinking about the future, how to make sure the technical education institutes to look into needs of the productive sector. These are the conclusions we've come up with. We spoke about the importance of promoting the sectoral table. This works very well in Colombia with different participants. We have to have participants of the academy, international, public-private participants. Only that way can we coordinate our work for relevant actions. In Chile, they spoke about the importance of showing operators to learn doing things. It has to be hands-on. They have to have the necessary principles to do things in a very practical manner. This will contribute towards their productivity, not only of the company, but also of individuals.
Provide training, and it is very important to them tailor-made. And so we need specificities. In general terms, education systems of the different countries don't have systems like CEGEPs from Canada. And of course, we have to take advantage of that. And we all agreed that this is something that we have to keep on doing. And we need to continue the conversations with the different chambers of commerce in order to keep on working. We talked about training with gender equality that are very, very important, and to have an increase on employability, not only in the mining sector, but across other sectors, so that people can train in other areas. Likewise, exchange on professionals across different countries of the Alliance and Canada. And these competencies focus, and at each school there is a VP of development, and also in charge of observing what is going on in the market, therefore with co-creation and agility. And we talked about micro certificates that are very specified certificates, not necessarily with professional or technical careers, in order to have specific discipline, specific areas to deal with the needs of companies, and agreements between organizations and institutions. And the teacher does not know everything at all times, so they have to be professors have to be, of course, trained, and of course keep in touch with alumni. There is a concern, and it's informality in many areas, natural land, and many informalities, and we have to strengthen these areas aside from the technical matters. And we need to have meetings to inform where is it that we are moving. If we don't come to agreements, we might then move in different directions. So it's better to see the objectives and then coordinate everything. And also we talked about sectorial councils, and there is a divorce between companies and education institutions. Sometimes the companies are afraid of approaching the institutions, and there were very nice examples of the recovery of this relationship. Likewise, the younger people don't want to study now. With the social media, they don't want to study, and there are dropouts that we have to deal with. However, on the other hand, there are younger generations that don't have opportunities, and this is something we have to cope with. Lastly, we talked about the absence of inventory of national options, and therefore it is important to have a robust set of data in order to understand the different competences, in order to have good cooperation. And well, I just want to tell you that from the Colombian Mining Association, with more than 50 companies of different ores and gold and ferro, nickel, and many other things. When I had an opportunity to take my position 4 years ago, the first thing I did was to start working with SICAN. And my first experience was in Saskatchewan, in Canada, with the group of indigenous populations, and that gave me an opportunity to get more better. And we work with material VSM towards a sustainable mining with a number of protocols, and also climate and environmental change. And so it is important to consider the step-by-step in order to deal with climate change. And this, of course, is inspired by what we did in Saskatchewan. We've had 2 missions in Colombia from college and international groups. We talked about with the College International, and we have our sustainability survey and a measurement of the objectives of sustainability development to see how we are making progress and how to work with companies. So I think that we have a role to represent companies and interact with the different stakeholders. I think that the challenge is coordination across all the different areas. We have to keep up with it. And thank you very much, Marie-José. Thank you, Brigitte, Eliana, and the team of SAICAN. Chapeau for everybody. Thank you.
Gracias, Carolina. Ahora,
now, subgroup D, talking about innovation and Fab Lab. Fab Lab. Juanita Perez from College Canada. Well, in our group, we talked about how is it that creativity has gained momentum, and how is it that innovation goes hand in hand with creativity. We believe that there is worldwide interest for innovation and technology and collaborative spaces. And so it is important to potentialize Fab Lab that exists and the creation of others, not only at higher education institutes, but also basic or education. Innovation is transversal, and so we have to keep that into account. I know that innovation is not something only for a certain area. Innovation also has to do with cooking, mining, and all the different topics and areas. So it is important to incentivize research for professors and students. And we have a concern with respect to technology for innovation that in many places is non-existent. This concern goes hand in hand with financing, not only for the creation of Fab Labs and maintain them, but also for financial support for innovation. And some students and professors oftentimes want to do things, but do not have necessary resources. Another important thing is the need to train and demand good Fab Lab practices from professors. We also talked about the need to link basic education and innovation and technology. It's not only higher education, it has to go all the way from all levels of education, because children are more creative, they have less limits and barriers. Thus, we believe that they are curious, they want to learn technology, they are native. And this world, with Fab Labs, we can have solutions for interesting solutions, and it's good to have children involved with Fab Labs. Likewise, it is important to have curricular support from the industry, from the public and private sectors. And when we talk about Fab Labs, we talk about a network. This network has to be worldwide and is worldwide. And it's not only to talk about only a Fab Lab network in Peru, but across the region and worldwide. And it's interesting to see what solutions we are providing society with, because that's the main goal of the Fab Labs. With respect to challenges, it's important to talk about work plans and also applied research, because that is how some of our colleagues from Peru have shown us. So also foster Latin American and regional networks, and also train professors and students. It's important to have private and public alliances and innovation, and more marketing and communication to learn about projects, and more collaboration from the industry and community. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to this access. Now, what we have for you is authorities from the ministries of education ministries. We start with Mexico. And I want to remind you that the next panel is going to go one panel at a time, and we're exploring how our ministries of education, in terms of experimentation, not only at their own country, but listening to other countries. Maybe there is a willingness to collaborate and to sustain through time an initiative, and it's worth replicating. So ministries of education will share with us these, and we are honored to have Undersecretary of Middle Higher Education, Nora Rivalcaba Gámez.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to tell all of you, greet you on behalf of Professor Leticia Ramirez Amaya, Secretary of Education. We are very happy to see that the high-level group of the Pacific Alliance has created and approved this technical education group in 2014. Because for those of us who believe that without education there is no transformation, this exchange of experiences is highly significant and relevant. So I want to give you some context. First of all, a historic context, and then legal context. And I want to remind you that in 2018, we have a turning point for the public life of Mexico. On July 1st, Mexico voted for a change. And on December, Andrés Manuel López Obrador took office with a different way of exercising politics. And from the very beginning, we see the initial draft of the new Mexican school. A new Mexican school, which has a number of characteristics, and I wish to underscore that we will no longer consider individual as a worker, but rather will be the center of our activity and devotion, not only for them to be working, but we want them to go all the way from school. We want them to have a life project, and we want them to have competences, and we want them to be leaders, to be critical citizens and democratic citizens, and being able to transform their environment. But above all, we want to have happy people who are able of making other people happy. So we know that this is a way in which we can generate happier citizens. In the National Development Plan, has three elements. One is education or social policies, and that is where we see what is it that we want. And I'm going to underscore two commitments. One is the commitment of the Mexican government to have better material conditions for the development of education, and that is why we have Escuelas Nuestra program was created. Therefore, that is to provide direct resources to committees of participation created at each school so that parents receive that money and so that they can decide in a democratic and on the consensus what is it that they are going to use those resources for. Infrastructure, or maybe the restrooms, or maybe drinking water. And if they already have that, then they will decide what is it that they are going to be using that resource for. And that fosters not only democratic activity and not only consensus of parents, community, and professors, but transforms the school into a community center and not a bubble where only teachers, students, and parents make decisions, but rather we are involving the community. The other commitment in the National Development Plan is to generate universal coverage, because that has been said, education is a human right. Is a right that gives rise to other rights. And if we have it, we have other rights. And if not, it cancels other opportunities, like the right to work and the right to health. And in order to guarantee universality, we realized the following, that every 100 students enrolling into primary, only 98 graduate. Out of 100 of secondary school, we have 92 graduate. But for every 100 of middle high education, we only had 60 graduating. We had terrible dropout problem in the middle high education. That is why the Benito Juarez scholarship was implemented. All the students have economics support, because we don't want them to enroll for high school. We want them to stay. We want them, when they graduate, they have the necessary competencies and the profile necessary by middle high education. That Benito Juarez scholarship at least covers for education and meals, and therefore the younger students are remaining at school more, and therefore we're achieving coverage. And in order to create or give more emphasis to the cohesion with the productive sector, in the General Law of Education, in Article 45, the basis, so that we can have mandatorily to look for the productive sector, because that is where we need to have relevant education, pertinent education, and excellent. If we want to have a pertinent education, then we need to give society the type of young people it demands, it needs. And if we are training young professionals, we need to aim them on what type of employment. Therefore, synergy with the productive sector made us think careers and curricula. And that is how the dual education emerged since 2015. And there was a secretarial agreement giving the basis for all the different agreements of the states and the federation with a business or bodies, so that the younger students can take their experience to the companies, and so they can have empirical knowledge at school, but then they can perfect that at the company level, and to have them aiming at productivity. And therefore, we generate synergies between social development and economic development. That is the combination we are looking for in order to achieve well-being and satisfaction, not only of the individual, the family, but in general of society. I could share with you that the greatest achievement that we have in terms of dual education are not the 26 students that we have from 2015 and to date and have participated in dual education. 17,000 have already graduated, and 18,000 are still working and studying. More than 1,800 companies have been participating in this scheme, and 77 careers participating in the dual system. The greatest achievement, I guess, is to drop gender gap, because 2 years ago, women participating in dual education accounted for 22%. 78% were male students. Now 42% are female students, and 58 are male. So we are dropping and closing the gap, rather, by having women involved in this type of technology or engineering careers, and that is significant contribution for the Mexican society. After dual education, the second action that we have in order to contribute to the sustainability program of achievements and good practices has to do with certification. And for that, we have one body, depending from the Ministry of Public Education. It's called CONOCER, National Commission on Labor Certifications, and there are young students with experience at a company level that need to be certified in order to be hired in other spaces and in higher managerial levels. So that certificate is necessary, that certification is necessary, and that is where CONOCER comes into place, which has not only permeated to the private sector and productive sector, but also in the public sector, because we want professors who are better trained. We want instructors who are better trained, and we want people in charge of liaisons and many actors of the dual system that allow us to detonate the presence of dual students. And I want to tell you that by the year 2024, we have a goal, and that is to have 60,000 students enrolled in dual education. And the third action that has to do with the program for the development of employment in the extraction sector has to do with the fact that in this regional framework of qualifications, be able to have necessary synergies with the mining sector. We've had certifications 12 certifications related to mining, 7 in oil and gas extraction. And for these type of agreements that we have with CONALEP, that is one of our technological subsystem, and also technology universities. I don't go into more detail because our colleague from Campeche talked about management and leadership and the synergy between the private and public sector, of course, the government and universities as well, to contribute to this activity. And I will conclude by telling you that Mexico, in the past years, has recovered or is back into the right conditions for foreign investment. I want to tell you, and we can tell that the position of the peso that is called the super peso, of what we've done without indebting the country. During a pandemic, and thanks to Jóvenes Construyendo el Futuro, many companies did not close because they had these younger apprentices that were in some companies' workshops and industries and were able to succeed in spite of the pandemic. And thanks to that policy, thanks to the projects, strategic projects of the Mexican government, like Felipe Ángeles International Airport, the refinery of Dos Bocas, and the Transismic Corridor, and the Maya train, additional to the Sonora Plan, aimed at the extraction of lithium and gas, oil, and solar energies, we can tell Mexico and the world that we are working so that our younger generations can embrace the challenges ahead of them. And they will be operating and managing these strategic projects, but also the demographic bonus of our younger generation and our labor force are there for them to work on the development of Mexico, of America, and of our world. We are certain that by sharing experiences and sharing these strategies, we will make America as a pole of attraction for activity that undoubtedly will give our future generations level of well-being that will allow them to be happy and make others happy. Thank you.
Estimada subsecretaria.
Undersecretary, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Now, we have our friends from Chile. Bravo. Bravo. Rodrigo and Miski, please join us. And we share a message from the Minister of Education from Chile, Marco Ávila. And we'll start with him, and then Rodrigo and Miski. Hello, I'm Marco Antonio Ávila. I'm Minister of Education of Chile. I want to thank and congratulate the government of Canada and SICAN for the organization of the EFE Forum of Education for Employment in the Pacific Alliance that aims at capitalization of the work performed since 2017. I want to thank the consortium and institutions from Canada that have worked together with the PA countries. Global phenomena like transition to renewable energies and many others have given a greater focus on technological and technical education. Technical professional education is a space to reflect upon labor informality that we have across the region and scarce training in critical areas for the development of institutionalities that will allow us to have better relationships between the state and the civil society. And in this context, international cooperation is very important, and it is a common challenge shared by all our countries. Now, the collaboration of countries like Canada is very important, particularly knowing the robust system that they have for the development of education, and that we have learned firsthand across these years of exchange of experiences development, and the technical assistance. For the government of President Boric, all of these elements are key to the government and to education strategies that we embrace from the ministry. These axes coincide with SICAN's view on education, and we are very enthusiastic to support these programs for the past 2 years. Our global vision on this technical assistance is very positive, and we encourage from the Pacific Alliance to foster these opportunities of international cooperation so that we can keep on coping with urgent challenges. So I greet you.
Seguimos y les presento al señor
Now, Mr. Rodrigo Matamoros, head of the International Office for the Ministry of Education of Chile. Thank you, Sylvain. Well, first, I want to thank and congratulate SICAM and each country and technical teams that have been part of this important project. One of the challenges we are dealing with is intersectorial work and the collaboration of SICAN with the Pacific Alliance. Therefore, to see integrated and shared job with ministries, education institutions, and civil society. As member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile, I want to say that the pillars of my country go hand in hand with this collaboration of SICAN with the Pacific Alliance. The foreign policy of President Boric is feminist and transversal in gender equality. Likewise, it is turquoise because it embraces the protection of the environment towards sustainable development, and it is also sustained in the promotion and the proactive defense of human rights in the multilateral arena. Each of these pillars can be clearly seen across the collaboration that SICAM has put into the project for employment in this environment in 6 projects and thematic fora. The impact of these assistance designed with a regional and local view, adapting to each reality and context. In this regard, we cherish that there has been a symmetric relationship across the process in horizontal collaboration according to the dynamics and times of each counterpart, and this is very important to strengthen the cooperation and defining our priorities according to the different challenges we have. These integration processes are relevant to have a regional educational agenda after the stroke of the agenda of COVID, of the pandemic, and then in order to strengthen bilateral relationships and multilateral platforms to share successful experiences. Now, head of the Division of Technical Professional Education of the Ministry of Education of Chile. I greet you, and in this presentation, we will share with you some of the lines that we are working with and that have to do with what we have observed at each of the countries. We know that political willingness is aimed at preserving efforts for international cooperation, and it is important to mention how do we institutionalize policies that are necessary in other countries, regardless of the changes of regimes and administrations that each of our countries experiences. In projects that can go from one period to the other and should be installed. I mean, we are very young. We have been in office for approximately 10 months, and we are leading education policies, among others, and therefore we've had an opportunity to see how is it that these initiatives aim at the development of higher education, technical professional as well, and information for employment. And that has to do not only with formal education, but also everything that has to do with training and certification. in this regard, and trying to summarize, we are in office trying to put at the core of education through life, an education that goes beyond human capital and talks about the development of capacities of people, education that is not only considering employment, but rather employment that is there for our population, and looking at development, not any type of growth, but rather at the service of people. And we know that it is rather complex. And we want to tell you briefly what are the lessons learned from other countries, how this has permeated in our agenda in these 10 months of administration that will project to 2025. Now, talking about qualifications, we have fostered this policy, and we share with the Ministry of Labor very closely, and the sectorial ministries of including mining, and we have made progress to improve governance, and we've also learned of experiences from our colleagues in initiatives that are tripartite. Governance is very, very important for technical education to have the significance we want with respect to development, and we want people meeting together with communities, with the unions, with the public sector, with the business sector. If we don't do that, we will stay short. We will run short. Therefore, we are also improving access to education systems, because we understand education as a right. And when we talk about it as a right, we are not only talking about coverage in technical formal education. We have more than 500,000 students in Chile, and we as a state are generating instruments to facilitate the entry of people with disabilities, and we saw experiences from other countries, and it's very interesting to see what they are doing. We have not yet have necessary instruments, or not fully, and for people also that are already working and want to go back to education. Now I will talk about two things that are important. On the one hand, everything that has to do with gender equality. As Rodrigo said, we are a feminist government. And how do we do this in terms of governance that are so important? Well, we have made progress in work groups with institutions, as we have seen in higher education institutions in different areas, and also in the labor world. And we have also seen how is it that changing the paradigm, not only in education, but in integral education, and including feminism, of course, as part of our institutional task, and practices in the classroom. And how is it necessary to be able to see training, of course, of professors. We saw colleagues from other countries as part of Annexis, and we are seeing that we are running a little late, and we also want to be there. We also want to work with our students. Likewise, now I send it back to Rodrigo of what we want to keep on working with you. Thank you, Mystic. Well, I'm going to talk about the projections with the PA and SICAN. First of all, I want to say that each of the environments of action and each one of the assumptions have to be channeled in such a way that they are actually catalyzer of future actions to add value. Therefore, that will call for a vision for an activity ensuring sustainability. We know that we have many, many challenges, and one is climate change and its effects. And we are sure that we need to have a socio-ecological transition aligned with our foreign policy in order to have a model of development that copes particularly with specific contextualized needs of each country and each region, And this model will provide opportunities for education and will aim on timely meeting of needs from the different sectors, and also aiming at inclusive development. And for this to happen, we have to keep in mind the transversalization of gender equality in order to eliminate inequalities. And it is important to stress that in order to move towards the socio-ecologic transition, we won't be able to do it without gender equality as a cornerstone. This in a context in which inequalities have made it clear that all the different impacts in health are more severe in women and in children. And to move forward in this discussion, we believe that it is important to have a regional network of women for socio-ecological transition, and that this could be in a next stage of the project and aligned to what we've done in the EPAP. As Ministry of Education, we believe that we have to keep on creating and identifying opportunities to cooperate with Canada in a bilateral way and multilaterally as well. Particularly, we see the projection that we can have of a new stage of the EPAP in order to have the Pacific Alliance as detonator of development. We wish to congratulate everybody, and I'm sure that we will keep up with the effort. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your words, Rodrigo Matamoros and Ms. Peralta, and Minister of Education, Marco Avila. Thank you.
Bueno, qué buen ritmo, ¿eh? Eso nos mantiene despierto.
Okay, now we are honored to have Mr. Andrés Felipe Mora, Director of Fostering of Education of the Ministry of Education of Colombia.
Bien, muy buenas tardes para
Good
todas y todos.
afternoon, everybody.
Ante todo, muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation.
Por las discusiones
Thank you for the discussions and for inspiring ideas shared.
Mi intervención o mi breve intervención estará orientada a plantearnos
I will talk about
los objetivos y la
the
perspectiva
objectives and the
vamos a definir
perspective
desde el Ministerio
that we will define from the Ministry of Education in Colombia with respect to the topics we've been working in these past 2 days or 3 days. But before that, I would like to tell you what are the 4 pillars in which we are building the public higher education policy in Colombia with our new government. There is Pillar 1 aimed at setting regulatory, budgetary, and public policy-related pillars and foundations in order to ensure higher education as a right. In Colombia, from the Constitution, we know that it is a right up to 9th grade. That is basic education. And now the greatest challenges that we have are in those areas where we still lack regulations in order to make it compulsory or to apply the true right, that is basic, middle, high, and higher education. That's the first one. The second pillar is consolidation of a true higher education system. And in this regard, I will talk about this later, because the confirmation of this higher education system goes through a functional, well-established functional creation to acknowledge the different needs for technological and higher education careers. Now, pillar number 3, the so-called pillar aimed at differential focuses from regional and population-based point of view in order to acknowledge diversities, inequalities, and gaps that we have around the right to higher education and in general of the different trajectories of exclusion that we have observed in Colombia. And lastly, for pillar number 4 for higher education, and this goes hand in hand with the so-called census quality and pertinence of higher education, because we believe actually that it is very important to link again a dialogue between what we want to do in higher education and where are we aiming and where do we want to take our societies and our territories, but also where is it that we want to take this notion and which is behind the rest. This is the idea of this realization of us as human beings. Taking those 4 pillars into account, I wish to emphasize 3 main aspects that have allowed us to reflect upon in these 3 days. Number 1 is something we want to work, and it is actually to work in an aspect that we acknowledge and that several colleagues have mentioned, and there is the need to cherish and re-cherish and provide value, sense, and position to technical and technological education. Unfortunately, in Colombia, technical and technological education has been considered a second level and second level education that is not as relevant as higher or university education. We want it to be acknowledged, and we want to be considered and provided with the right status it deserves. And for that, we need a redefinition of the concept. What is the difference between technical and technological education? And we also need to guarantee that more and more people, regardless their socioeconomic origin, can enroll in technical and technological careers. We see a certain bias, and people that have access to this type of education are people with disadvantaged socioeconomic levels, and that is believed that is not for everybody and is usually related to less quality or an education that is not as top performing as university education. And lastly, I agree with what has been mentioned by our colleagues from Chile, and that is the relevance of linking technical and technological education with processes of energy transition and structural changes of our economies. Item number 2 I want to mention has to do with the liaison that should exist between technical and technological education and what in Colombia we are calling the right to a job. And in these 3 days, we have heard about employability, we have heard about labor insertion, and in Colombia, we want to talk about that right to a job. And that is the possibility that we have to relate and the guarantee of a decent job that will allow closing the gap, and a type of job that will allow us to have access to social security, because technical and technological graduates have lower salaries and less probability of access to social security. And so you might realize that is a channel of inequality where people have access to technical and technological careers that offer a lower income and less probability of linkages to social security. And we don't know, we still have to reflect upon the right of to employment, not only to precarious or informal jobs, and without having the possibility of social insertion and well-paid jobs. And also gender equality. And we have had an opportunity to take decisive steps towards gender-based violences. And it is necessary to take a qualitative leap and not only gender-based and then something that has not been mentioned, that is equality in terms of diversities. That was mentioned
¿Esto qué significa? Primero,
And this means
combatir esta
to fight the separation that still exists in terms of feminine or male careers. If we want to reconceptualize technical and technological education vis-a-vis structural change, energy transformation, and the right to a job, we need more women to be involved to technological careers and careers that have to do with sciences, math, and engineering. In Colombia today, we have more women than men enrolling, but also do traditionally female careers. We understand that this is key to fight the environment where inequalities against women develop, that is the labor world, not only because the impossibility to work, but because the jobs they have access to are more precarious, with lower income and with less opportunities of having social security. So the fight, the reconceptualization of technical and technological careers evidently are related to that right to a good job. And these three options have to do with our proposal, and we need to have a possibility of talking, and also with the Pacific Alliance and CCAM and our colleagues from other countries, and in order to have a prospective plan in order to revalue technical and technological education in Colombia in the framework of a higher education program. Pyramidal is okay, and differentiated, and also cherished.
Gracias, Andrés. Ahora nos toca.
Thank you, Andrés. Now we will have Peru virtually. We will have remarks from the Vice Minister of Education Management of the Ministry of Education, Miriam Ponce Vertis. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to greet all the participants and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mexico, for holding the pro tempore secretariat that we will now have. We are sorry we could not be there from the Ministry of Peru. However, we want to thank CICAM as implementing partner from the Canadian government, who shared so many good practices and facilitated progress made of all the countries of the alliance. And we acknowledge your efforts towards a common goal, and that will call for our commitment of this time that we still have ahead of us in order to keep up developing as a nation. This afternoon, I want to say that at international level, as Ministry of Education, we are happy to share with you our satisfaction to see the confirmation of this network of professionals as an instrument to acknowledge all the learnings through life, but not only by facilitating a common framework in the region, but also these coincidence of the different education levels, and we are working on qualifications. We are very happy for that, and of course, this is great progress to articulate with the productive world in order to keep up developing in Peru. We also wish to stress the strengthening of regional dialogue of the countries of the alliance, and this event that capitalizes the experiences of each of the countries, and that of course will mean one additional success and achievement. I also want to say that from Peru, it has been very important for the intervention of this program to make progress and allow for the development of competencies of our specialists, our heads of higher education and technical institutions. This progress has allowed, undoubtedly, for them to be better off, so that in the frameworks of the policies that we have for higher education institutions, we can have all of them in better conditions in order to undergo progresses to be higher education technological institutes, offering our students better quality and better conditions that will allow our country to keep up with the prioritization of efforts to improve education. And based on these conditions and this process, without a doubt, we are betting on sustainability of efforts being made, and we want to invite you to work hand in hand, to share hand in hand in an articulated fashion and with common responsibility, so that as of this year, we can consolidate the efforts that under the guidelines prepared for the qualification program, we can consolidate it towards a common development and at an international level that all our citizens deserve. Thank you very much. I know that Vice Minister of Minister is online, and well, we greet you. Thank you very much. Now, we've come to the closing session. We are happy to see these 3 days coming to an end, and now we will have the closing remarks from Mr. Luis Marcot, our ambassador of Canada in Peru and Bolivia, who has a message for all of us. He is going to be virtually connected.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you virtually in the closing of this very important forum. I want to greet you from Lima, Peru. I want to greet everyone in this virtual podium and all the speakers and attendees. I want to thank the organizing committee and Colleges and Institute Canada for organizing this wonderful event. As you know, the relationship between Canada and the Pacific Alliance is very important for us. Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru are among the closest friends of Canada in the hemisphere. We share objectives and common values, as well as democracies with open democracies and economies. Commemorating the 10th anniversary of Canada as observer of the AP, the minister attended the summit last year in Mexico, where she had the opportunity of talking about how to deepen our cooperation. Right now, Canada is in the process of completing requirements to become an associated state of the Pacific Alliance. This that is since 2016, over $23 million Canada has invested in cooperation projects to support our joint declaration. The education program for employment of the Pacific Alliance, executed by Colleges and Institutes Canada, and this is the forum we're here for. This is one of those projects. We've been able to have important results thanks to the collaborative work of the associations and partnerships created that have promoted innovation. Although this regional program is reaching its end in the following months for over 6 years, we have improved social economic opportunities of young men and women throughout the region. Through your contribution for technical, professional, quality education, which is accessible and inclusive. Success we have seen today would never be possible without the commitment of the Pacific Alliance. I am very pleased to see the collaboration and the close relationship with the technical groups of the alliance. It will be an honor to work with the technical secretary in Lima this year. I want to also thank the coordinators for their support, as well as the different institutes and education centers participating in this effort. It has been a joint effort. This dialogue, we've had this 3 days on education and technical professional training between the public, private sector, civil society, and experts, has allowed us to approach topics that are of the greatest priority for the Pacific Alliance and the offering according to market demands, guaranteeing quality, inclusion, and the framework of qualifications at the regional level. If we persevere in those efforts, in these collaborative efforts, and efforts to harmonize to have an inclusive and quality education, we shall be contributing towards the satisfaction of the demands of the labor market, the creation of quality jobs, and also natural resources for them to be managed in an equitable, sustainable manner in the region, setting thus the basis for inclusive growth, which is long-term growth. When women and youth lead and are benefited by those initiatives of development, changes accomplished are more sustainable and equitable. Canada will continue committed with education and technical professional training, which is inclusive and of high quality. Canada, through various initiatives such as this one, has sought to support the development of human capital access to quality jobs and next generation of leaders in the Americas. At the same time, we strengthen links, ties, and mutual learnings among the different education institutions in our country. So I'm convinced that in the following years, we shall continue looking into the results of this work. Thank you. Merci. Gracias. Dear Ambassador, thank you so much for your words. Now, let's also virtually listen to Cristobal Ramirez, National Coordinator of the Pacific Alliance for Chile. Please. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Cristobal Ramirez, National Coordinator for the Pacific Alliance. I send special greetings to the authorities of countries of the AP and Canada and delegates who've been working for 3 days to present and discuss impact results of the 7 years of the program on education for employment. And this is with a collaboration of Canada. And we want to thank you so much. The purpose is to improve the quality of education and to promote inclusion, gender equality, and promote environmental sustainability. All this would never be possible without collaborative effect of public-private instances that are working for technical professional education in countries of the Pacific Alliance. I want to thank the Canadian government as observer, and they have allowed us to implement this initiative through cooperation, through our integration mechanism. We hope we can continue working together to strengthen ties, develop and facilitate joint development, improve the lives of our citizens. This is the type of program we have here. In 3 days, we've identified the main results of this cooperation program between Canada and the Pacific Alliance. This is a program, 7 years of existence that have meant a lot of learnings. And through the capitalization of experiences, good practices, we've generated recommendations and undoubtedly they would be lasting throughout time. I want to highlight the inclusion of the everything in this forum. This has been the instance favoring synergies of collaboration, exchange of information vis-a-vis the products and access of the program to deepen lessons learned and good practices of the program. Finally, I want to set affectionate greetings to our Canadian friends, Sylvain, and everyone who's made possible the development of this program. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for all the work you've done, and I wish you safe travels and happy return home. Thank you. Thank you for your words. Now, Colombia. So we have Laura Gilde, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of Colombia. You have the floor. Good afternoon. I extend special greetings to the Canadian authorities, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. From Colombia, we want to thank the Canadian government for making possible this meeting and for so many years of intense work with countries of the Pacific Alliance. All of us know that this is to consolidate projects contributing to better education and training for our citizens. In fact, I think this is what we're betting on, for people to truly see this commercial, the straight block, and for people to see how it does improve the quality of life of our people. So thank you very much for supporting, accompanying us in this project. I want to thank Mexico for its hospitality and all the preparations that allowed for the successful holding of this forum. We hope to continue with the exchange of experiences for better insertion in the labor market of citizens of the Pacific Alliance, and also for ways in which we can collaborate to strengthen our education institutions with the purpose of promoting learnings, mainly concentrated on employment skills and the development of entrepreneurship projects for gender equality, insertion, and sustainability. We are convinced that ideas and initiatives that are proposed in this space will contribute towards progress of our countries and the region. For the government of President Petro promoting education and innovation in youth, this is a fundamental priority for this administration. Last week, in the World Economic Forum in Davos, President announced the creation of the Platform of Innovation for Youth. And this is being promoted by Colombia in cooperation with Nestle within the framework of the Pacific Alliance. We want to promote the ecosystem of entrepreneurship in the region through the orientation and virtual training, cost-free training that will be benefiting millions of youth in the Pacific Alliance. Our cooperation with Canada is fundamental because of its experience and leadership in gender equity, green growth, and education for employment. They have contributed to strengthening our skills and capabilities for the design of policies and projects. Our commitment is to take advantage of those tools we have acquired thanks to the EFE program so that they will strengthen our policies in other priority issues, as for instance, youth innovation and entrepreneurship projects. The relationship with green growth, we have decided to move forward in the transition towards clean energies, renewable energies as well, towards a productive economy that will allow us to reach our food energy sovereignty and, of course, justice and transparency in environmental issues. It is impossible to continue on this path towards sustainable development without attending to these crucial issues. The tools and good practices acquired in these years of the EFE program will help us have better policies in those areas. In November 2022, Colombia launched a feminist foreign policy. Among others, the objective is to have a gender focus, which is transforming approach in each one of the integration processes where we participate. The discussion tables of this forum shall contribute towards this objective and will help us move forward towards the elimination of barriers and gender gaps on economic, labor, salary issues in our region. And also, this will help us to do away with the sexual labor divide that doesn't allow women to enjoy economic autonomy and the necessary time for their well-being. We know these issues are also concerns of Canada. We thank you so much for the trainings for the officials of the Pacific Alliance in the formulation of policies with a gender perspective, environmental perspective. This was done last September. In Colombia, over 70 officials of different entities who received this training, part of the framework of the Canada AP collaboration. Gender equity, environmental sustainability should be transversal in each one of the projects we set out to accomplish in the following years. And likewise, they will allow us to develop skills and capabilities to have our good practices and share those experiences with other regional blocs and authorities and officials of education, labor, the environment, mining, and foreign relations present in this forum. We all have the great responsibility of consolidating good practices and policies for a more prosperous, equitable, sustainable region in the task of overcoming poverty and inequality, in which through dignified jobs, innovation, mental work, and also gender equity, for them to be the engines of sustainable development and for us to be able to offer a better future to new generations. Once more, I want to thank the Government of Canada for this great opportunity and for its commitment with education and labor well-being in countries of the Pacific Alliance. Yes, colleges and institutes Canada, thank you so much for your very hard work and implementation of this program. Mexico for hosting this meeting. Chile, Peru for your work done in the years of this cooperation program. The program that concludes its valuable legacy for our countries. It will be fundamental for the development of policies and projects that will position our countries as benchmark countries in education, jobs, gender equity, and sustainability. And I insist, I repeat, our objective is to have the Pacific Alliance for it to improve the quality of life of people and for citizens to feel this Pacific Alliance close to them. Thank you very much.
Estimada viceministra.
Dear Vice Minister Gilda, we want to thank you so much for your words. Now, in person, we have the privilege of having Mr. National Coordinator, Associate National Coordinator of the Ministry of the Economy in Mexico, Juan Pablo Vázquez, is here with us.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Dear colleagues and authorities of Canada, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, what an honor to be here with you to give you this message in the closing of this forum of the program Sustainable Development and Competences for the Extractive Sector of the Pacific Alliance, organized by CAN. For the Pacific Alliance countries, this cooperation of Canada is of great interest. Thank you so much for this, especially because of its contributions with the mining sector and the integration process. So continuing strengthening communication and joint work is basic for all of us to materialize this common objective, the well-being of our countries. It is evident that joint work we have been doing in the last years under this framework has enriched knowledge of participants in the different points where we have worked: gender, extractive sector, the environment, and support for indigenous groups. Those are issues in which Canada has vast experience and it knows the benefits and their potential. Now, in terms of the gender issue, let me say that the fora and seminars are very fruitful because views were exchanged on progress being made in terms of public policies with a new approach and the way of discussing this in a cross-cutting fashion. On cooperation on extractive issues, the training of Canada given to academic institutions is fundamental to have highly skilled and prepared people. And with that, the business community is interested in investing in the member countries of the Pacific Alliance. We're convinced that mining companies that want to invest in the Pacific Alliance and who comply with standards and legislation of the sector of each one of the countries will not only promote benefits of those companies, but will also contribute towards more economic growth and social well-being for the region. That is why Mexico will always be committed with the pillars of creation of our integration mechanism, reasserting the rule of law, democracy, and the constitutional order. Finally, we should recognize that we still have a long ways to go, especially in terms of complying our 2030 vision. Nonetheless, we are convinced that collaboration among governments, business community, and the academy will allow us to continue with this integration, and it will be strengthened for the benefit of our countries. Thank you very much.
Las últimas palabras son
The last words from Peru. Ambassador Ignacio Higueras Jare, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru. You have the floor, sir. Yes, foreign ministers and high-ranking authorities of Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, Mr. Ambassador of Canada in Mexico, and authorities of Global Affairs of Canada, national coordinators of the Pacific Alliance, representatives of colleges and institutes, Canada, distinguished authorities of local governments, distinguished authorities of the Canadian Higher Education Institute, the Pacific Alliance authorities, personnel, staff, students, and representatives of civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure to participate in the closing of this fifth forum organized, and this is the EAP forum. This is very important for us, and we know that Canada is a candidate for associated states. And we want to talk about the relationship of Canada and the Pacific Alliance based on principles and values, the defense of democracy, free market, and a joint vision to reinforce mutually the cooperation and economic trade relations. Since 2012, Canada has been supporting objectives of the Pacific Alliance, especially as of the signing of the Joint Declaration 2016, with different projects highlighting education and labor training through the AP program, perhaps the most emblematic program of Canada with the Pacific Alliance, almost 7 years of implementation. There, this program has contributed to the extractive industry of Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Chile, and we have had the participation of many Canadian institutes to improve the quality and diversification of the offering of technical training. I want to congratulate Canada for this initiative. I want to congratulate colleges and institutes Canada because they've always been supporting this program even in difficult times of the pandemic. And SICAN was able to continue in collaborating with local governments in spite of so many changes in our countries. At the Peruvian administration, we see the EPAP program as an important milestone in the relationship between Canada and the Pacific Alliance. This has to do with labor and a basic condition for better quality of life in countries of the Pacific Alliance, especially in the extractive sector. We want to thank you so much, Canada, for 16 million Canadian dollars that made possible this EPAP program. This shows the importance Canada grants our countries and the Pacific Alliance, and also the training of skilled labor. Main results of EPAP speak for themselves. At the national level, they've supported development of qualifications framework to articulate academic training vis-a-vis demands in the labor market to facilitate professional training, and also a system for long distance teaching courses, a network of laboratories, digital technologies, and also campaigns to promote technical professional training, and also opportunities in extractive sectors for youth. The different institutes at the local level in Arequipa, we've established interinstitutional partnerships between the Higher Education Institute and also the Public Technological Institute and the Canadian Institutes of Higher Education, with the purpose of improving benefits for students, academic success, inclusion, and also they were done for sustainable long-term projects aimed at improving technical productive training in Asia Pacific and the countries of the Pacific Alliance. So Peru as pro tempore presidency, we are committed with cooperation projects, and we shall continue working on them. We shall coordinate with Chile, Colombia, and Mexico so that we can explore with Canada new spaces of collaboration that will have an impact on the social economic development of our countries and populations. Thank you very much. Yes, dear Vice Minister, thank you so much for your words from Peru. We have reached the end. And look at what time it is. We're good. We're doing well. We're doing good. Goodness. 3 days. And look, 3 extra minutes. Very good. So now we shouldn't forget very deserved appreciation and gratefulness. Yes, the SICAN team, please, I want to thank people who've made this a great success. First, let me thank the Canadian government through World Affairs Canada for trusting SICAN and all the partners of the Pacific Alliance. I want to thank national coordinators. I want to thank the technical committees of the Pacific Alliance who have played such an important role in the development of these 7 years. I also want to highlight efforts of so many of you participating in this great event. It hasn't been simple. We know that taking the plane in a faraway airport, and you have faced up to that challenge. Thank you so much for your time and participation and contribution, everyone. I want to thank the authorities who have taken their time to share their words and their message and their desire to continue working in something very important, technical education for social economic development at the regional level, national, and also for the Pacific Alliance countries. I also want to ask the members of the organizing committee to please stand up, and please let us give them a round of applause. Yes.
Sí, por favor, levanten.
Yes, please, yes. It's been months of hard work, of meetings. Bravo, bravo, and thank you. It's important to also highlight that behind the screens we have the interpreters who've been working very hard. We thank them as well. Thank you. And back there, the technical team, sound and cameras. Thank you so much, everyone. And the beautiful, excellent, yes, team. Thank you so much, SICAN team. Thank you. Congratulations. We wish you safe travels home with great success and for you to be able to rest. Thank you very much and success. Congratulations to all of you. Good afternoon.